Chapter 37:16. Master, Luo Yu also came over from nearby. After cupping his hands and bowing, he said, "The matter has been settled." Feng Jiu responded. Not far away, Guimo and Qi Kong came over. Master, the matter has been settled. The two of them also reported their mission. At the same time, they each took out some of the treasures they had obtained from those clans. On this trip, they didn't harm the lives of others. They only took the life of the clan heads and plundered some of their belongings as a warning. If there was a next time, it wouldn't be so easy. Let's rest for a while. Lu Yun and Du Fan went ahead to buy a residence in Spirit Immortal City to settle down. When we arrive in the city, we can directly move in, Feng Jiu said, motioning for them to sit down and rest. They sat down under a nearby tree. Luo Yu said, "Master, I heard that it's very difficult to buy a residence in Spirit Immortal City." Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled. No matter how difficult it is, they will find a way. We just need to wait. Lung Hua, who was at the side, handed them some spirit fruits and said warmly, "Master knows that buying a residence in Spirit Immortal City is more troublesome. That's why he let Du Fan and Lu Yun go together." When they heard this, they laughed. That's right. Du Fan can be considered a leader. He can handle internal and external affairs well. How can a residence in Spirit Immortal City not be settled well? On the other side, Du Fan and Lu Yun, who had gone ahead, looked at the majestic Eastern City Gate Tower in front of them and smiled. Lu Yun, look, the city looks pretty good. Du Fan gently fanned himself with the fan in his hand. Dressed in white, he had the appearance of an elegant young master. Lu Yun, who was dressed in black, smiled and said, "We came from the Eastern City Gate. Are we going to buy a residence in the Eastern City? Or should we make a decision after inquiring about the other regions?" No rush, no rush. Let's first find a place to drink a pot of tea and inquire about the differences between the four cities to see which district is most suitable for Master to nurture the fetus. Du Fan's eyes narrowed as he smiled, fanning himself from time to time as he strode forward. Before entering the city, they had a hand over the crystal stones, while the people who lived in the city had to show their identity jade tablets. After the two of them paid the crystal stones and entered the city, they casually strolled around and found a tea house to sit down and drink tea. Have you heard? Peak Master Ren of the High Firmament Celestial Sect was killed. At the table next to Du Fan's, several cultivators were drinking tea and discussing the recent news in low voices. I know about this. The news has been spreading for a few days. Not only was Peak Master Ren killed, but more than a dozen sect disciples were also crippled. However, the High Firmament Celestial Sect did not take any action on this matter. Until now, we still don't know who killed Peak Master Ren and crippled the cultivation of more than a dozen Celestial Sect disciples. Then you must not know this. Peak Master Ren's corpse was sent back to the Ren clan, and the disciples whose cultivation was crippled were also sent back to their clans. Moreover, I heard that the people of the High Firmament Celestial Sect told them to let this matter go, but a few clans refused to listen. They were unwilling to let their disciples be crippled like this, so they asked them to draw portraits of those people and put them on the bounty board. They said that as long as anyone can take the heads of those people, they would be heavily rewarded. Chapter 37:17. Purple Gold Spirit Deer? What's that? Someone asked in confusion. This purple gold spirit deer is a good thing. I heard that its entire body is a treasure. Moreover, it can't be fed by ordinary people. Aside from gold coins, it only eats crystal stones. Ordinary people can't afford to raise it. Purple gold spirit deer? Is it a type of deer? I've seen many spirit deer, but I've never heard of this purple gold spirit deer. Another person said in surprise. It's a type of deer. It said that its blood can cure hundreds of poisons. Although it's a deer, it can fly and has boundless strength. I don't know much about this purple gold spirit deer, but I heard that it's very precious. Even the High Firmament Celestial Sect doesn't dare to have any ideas about such a precious thing, so don't talk about it. A rogue cultivator, holding a jug of wine, walked over to the table and sat down. He retracted his leg and stepped on the chair. He glanced at the people around the table and said, there's a piece of news that you guys definitely don't know about. Originally, some people were unhappy to be pushed aside by a stranger, but after hearing his words, they became curious and suppressed their displeasure. What kind of place is this spirit immortal city? It's the head of the 4 great cities. Any news can be said to spread here in a short time. Oh, is that so? The rogue cultivator took a sip of wine and picked up the refreshments on the table. Then did you guys hear about how many clan heads were killed in one night? Hearing this, they were startled and looked at each other. Which clan heads were killed? Why were they killed? The world is big, so it's normal for a few people to die in one day. Even if the clan heads were killed, what's the connection? Du Fan and Lu Yun were drinking tea and listening to the conversation from the table next to them. Their lips curled up. It seemed that they had completed their mission and returned to their master's side. However, the news in Spirit Immortal City was really fast. Someone actually found out about the news so quickly. No connection? That's because you guys don't know that the clan heads who were killed just recently took back their crippled disciples. Moreover, they worked together to issue a kill order and put up a few people's portraits on the bounty list. As the rogue cultivator spoke, he lowered his voice mysteriously. Also, overnight, all the portraits on the bounty list disappeared. Even the portraits that were sent here were destroyed overnight. Even the portraits that were circulated outside were quickly recovered. Now, except for some people who have seen the portraits, no one knows what those people look like. Hearing this, the cultivators at the table were shocked. It wasn't just the cultivators at the table. It could be said that almost all the cultivators on the second floor were pretending to be drinking when they were actually listening to the news. The more they heard, the more shocked they were. A clan that was able to send a disciple into the high firmament immortal sect was definitely not an ordinary third-rate clan. However, those people were actually able to take the lives of the patriarchs of those few clans in a single night, and even make their portraits be removed from the bounty list without a single one remaining. Even the portraits that were circulating outside were recovered one by one. One could imagine how terrifying the strength of those people was. Chapter 37:18. Hearing their words, Du Fan smiled and called out, "Waiter, add more tea." "Come." The waiter shouted loudly. His footsteps moved, his body agilely coming to their table. The copper kettle in his hand added tea for them from low to high. The boiling hot tea poured into the teapot accurately, not a single drop spilling out. "Guests, please enjoy your tea." The waiter finished pouring the tea and was about to leave when he was called out to. "Wait." Du Fan called out. He closed the fan in his hand and looked at the waiter. "Waiter, I want to ask you something." Hearing this, the waiter's gaze shifted and he asked with a smile, "What do you want to ask?" Du Fan smiled and took out 2 crystals, placing them on the table. "I want to ask you something. If you want to buy a house in the Spirit Immortal City, which of the 4 districts in the city is the most secluded and elegant?" Hearing this, the smile on the waiter's face deepened, and he became more sincere. He glanced at the 2 crystals and said, "If you want to know which district in the city is the most secluded and elegant, it would definitely be the Spirit Immortal Alley in the Southern District. That's a famous place in Spirit Immortal City, and it's also the most secluded and elegant place. Even a small house, there isn't something that an ordinary person can afford. Furthermore, even if you have the money, you might not be able to buy it." The waiter told them everything he knew. Not only did he tell them about the layout of the city, but he also told them about the various large clans and forces in the 4 districts on the other side, in the High Firmament Celestial Sects meeting hall. In one night, the patriarchs of those clans were all killed. After they killed them, they left a message. "If you're not satisfied, you can fight again," a supremacy said solemnly. Thinking about the news they had just received, they were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that even though they had clearly given instructions, there were still a few clans that didn't listen to them and attacked those people. Those people's methods were so fierce that it shocked them even more. It was fine if they didn't attack, but once they did, they directly took the lives of the other clan's patriarchs. The death of a clan's patriarch was enough to plunge the clan into chaos. In addition to internal strife, they also had to guard against other clans making a move against them at this time. It could be said that this move of theirs was really frightening. Everyone in the hall was silent. In just a short period of time, the shock that those people brought to them again and again was enough to have a shocking effect. If it was said that they did not take them seriously before, then after hearing this news, they were more or less a little relieved in their hearts. They were glad that they listened to the sect master's instructions and didn't attack them. They were glad that the immortal sect didn't interfere in this matter. The sect master stroked his beard and sighed softly. I've already instructed them, but they refuse to listen. Now that this has happened, I don't need to instruct them anymore. I don't think anyone will continue to harp on this matter unless they really want to be exterminated. Chapter 37:19. Hearing the sect master's words, everyone was slightly surprised. Was there someone behind the scenes, pushing for this matter? For a moment, they could not help but look at each other. When Peak Master's son heard this, he was shocked and instinctively looked up. He saw the sect master's gaze fall on him. Seeing this, he composed himself and forced himself to calm down. All right, disperse. The sect master gestured for them to disperse. Duan Yunhe, who was shocked when he heard this matter again, had been in a daze since just now and had not recovered. He knew that if he went against those people, the consequences would definitely be unbearable. Now, those clans should have already tasted the consequences. Thinking of the words they left behind, he shook his head inwardly. Whether it was the High Firmament Celestial sect or those clans, those people were so confident and arrogant. No, it should not be said that they were arrogant, because they had the right to be arrogant. He looked at the distant sky and thought of the beautiful woman in red. He faintly felt that one day they would be able to meet again. After Du Fan and Lu Yun in the Spirit Immortal City asked about the matter, they headed to the South City District. They first went to the Spirit Immortal Alley that the waiter had mentioned and walked around. Although it was called an alley, it was actually separated by this alley. On the other side of the alley, there were city guards guarding it. They quietly snuck in and looked around. They found that it was somewhat similar to the area of the Feng residence where they used to live. They were all high-class places, and the environment was quiet and secluded. There were no messy people walking around. After looking around, they saw a house that had not been occupied yet. Seeing that the house was independent and the surroundings were quiet and secluded, the two of them immediately decided, "This is the place," Du Fan and Lu Yun said at the same time. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. A small building in the center of the lake? Du Fan looked at the door sign and said to Lu Yun, "Let's go and buy a house." They went directly to the city lord's residence, which was in charge of the South City District. However, when they arrived at the city lord's residence, they were not allowed to enter. Go, go, go. Do you think the city lord is someone you can meet just because you want to? Hurry up and go back to where you came from. The guards guarding the southern city lord's mansion chased the two of them away. Du Fan smiled and gently fanned himself with the fan in his hand. He said, "We're here to settle the matter of settling down. You'd better inform them." As he spoke, he stuffed 2 crystals into Du Fan's hands. The city guard held in his hand and glanced at it. His tone softened a little as he said, "You can leave. You won't be able to see the city lord. The city lord has so many things to do every day. How could he help you settle such a small matter? If you want to register, go to the registration office in the city and wait in line. There will be people there to help you." Hearing this, Du Fan smiled and asked, "The houses in the Spirit Immortal Alley area can only be found by the city lord, right?" Hearing them mention the house in Spirit Immortal Alley, the city guard became more cautious. "You want to buy the house in Spirit Immortal Alley? Which clan are you from?" Generally speaking, the people who could buy the houses there were not people they could afford to offend. However, these 2 people in front of them, even if they had extraordinary bearings, shouldn't be people from some big family, right? Chapter 37:20. Seeing them turn and leave, the city guard just stared at them for a while and did not pay much attention to them. After Du Fan and Lu Yun left, they went around to the other side of the city lord's mansion. Looking at the encirclement of the city lord's mansion, they looked at each other. In the next moment, they took a deep breath and leaped inside. There were quite a few guards in the city lord's mansion, but with their cultivation, it was not difficult for them to sneak in. They walked around the city lord's mansion and found the city lord's courtyard. Seeing that he was not in the courtyard, The two of them stood on a tree for a while and released their spiritual sense. Sister Xiao, did you send ginseng tea to the city lord again? A maidservant looked at the other maidservant with a smile and asked. Yes. The city lord is dealing with affairs in the study and will probably be busy until the evening. Madam asked me to send a cup of ginseng tea to the city lord to refresh him. The maidservant on the other side said. She did not talk much and carried the things in the direction of the study. Du Fan and Lu Yun withdrew their divine senses and quietly followed the maidservant to the study. After the maidservant delivered the tea and left, the two of them looked at the guards in the lower courtyard. There were a total of 8 people inside and outside. There were also 2 people standing at the door of the study. After glancing at Du Fan, Lu Yun moved his hand and tapped the acupuncture points of the people below. Only then did he jump down with Du Fan and come to the door of the study. The door creaked open and the two of them walked in. They saw the middle-aged man in front of the desk working on something. When he heard the door open, he seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and raised his head to look at them. Who are you people? Tang Jiwu frowned slightly as he looked at the 2 people who walked in. There was no announcement outside and no movement. It was conceivable that no one knew that these 2 people had come in. Such a large city lord's mansion had been infiltrated by these 2 people without anyone knowing. The strength of these 2 people was naturally extraordinary. Thinking of this, he looked at the 2 people for a moment, but he could not see through their cultivation. As the city lord of the southern district, his cultivation was neither the strongest nor the weakest among the 4 city lords. However, he could not even see through the strength of the 2 people in front of him. This discovery could not help but make him secretly shocked. It was also because he could not see through their strength that he, who had been in a high position for a long time, calmed down after seeing that the 2 people did not seem to have any ill intentions. He picked up the ginseng tea on the table and took a sip. His actions were calm and unhurried. What's the matter? Let's sit down and talk. With the demeanor of a city lord, he gestured for the 2 to sit down. The city lord's extraordinary bearing. Du Fan in his hand, he said leisurely, City Lord Tang's bearing is indeed extraordinary. He paused and said, City Lord, the City Lords. His voice paused, and his eyes fell on the City Lord. He said with a smile, We do have something to trouble City Lord Tang. However, it's difficult to meet at the main entrance. We can only take the liberty to disturb you in this way. Please forgive us for our rudeness. Tang Zhuo looked at his elegant and noble appearance. Even when facing him, the city lord, he was not the least bit restrained or nervous. On the contrary, he was very relaxed and casual. As for the fan in his hand, he only needed to glance at it to know that it was not an ordinary item. Chapter 37:21. I'm Du Fan. We want to buy the small house in the center of the lake in the spiritual immortal alley in the south of the city. So we would like to ask City Lord Tang to do us a favor. Du Fan smiled and gently fanned himself with the fan in his hand. His smiling gaze fell on Tang Jiwu. Hearing this, City Lord Tang did not immediately shout angrily. Instead, he glanced at him and said in a deep voice, You have good taste. You took a fancy to the small house in the center of the lake in the spiritual immortal alley at first glance. However, since you know about that place, you should also know that it is not for sale. I know. I also know that the deed to the small house in the center of the lake is also in City Lord Tang's hands. That is why we are here to find City Lord Tang, Du Fan said with a smile. Hearing this, City Lord Tang glanced at Du Fan and unhurriedly took a sip of his ginseng tea. He said, Since you know, why do you think that I will sell the small house in the center of the lake to you? You should know that there are many clans and forces in the city who want to buy the small house in the center of the lake, but can't. Du Fan smiled and looked at City Lord Tang. He said, I heard that City Lord Tang suffered an extremely serious internal injury and has not been able to recover. Your strength has also been stagnant? Tang Jiwu frowned and his face darkened. What do you mean? I have a rank 7 inner elixir here that can heal your internal injuries. Furthermore, it might even allow your strength to advance to the next level. I wonder if City Lord Tang wants it? Du Fan said as he calmly looked at Tang Jiwu. whose expression had changed slightly. A rank 7 inner core is considered a treasure by the high firmament celestial sect. How could you have it? Who are you people? Tang Zhiwu narrowed his eyes and stared at Du Fan. He was secretly shocked. His internal injury had not healed for many years, and his strength had been stagnant. The 4 city lords of the spiritual immortal city would compete once every 5 years. This year was the 5th year, and there were only about 3 months left until the competition. He had planned to keep the small house in the center of the lake to exchange it for elixirs from the high firmament celestial sect. Who would have thought that? Du Fan stood up and walked toward the desk. He said, City Lord Tang, who we are and why we have a rank 7 inner core, is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that City Lord Tang needs a rank 7 inner core, right? Hearing this, Tang Zhiwu also stood up. He looked at Du Fan in front of him and asked, You took out a rank 7 inner core just to exchange for the small building in the center of the lake? Although the small building at the center of the lake in Spirit Immortal Alley was in a good location and was priceless, it was still far from being comparable to a rank 7 Niden. He had originally planned to exchange the small building at the center of the lake with the Immortal Sect for a rank 7 pill, so the small building at the center of the lake could only be considered as a bonus. Now that they had directly said that they would exchange a rank 7 Niden for the small building at the center of the lake, he was a bit surprised. Hee, there's one more thing. Du Fan gently waved the fan in his hand. We need to settle down in the spiritual immortal city and ask the city lord to take care of us in the future. Yes, that's all. Hearing this, City Lord Tang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He thought it was something big. If it was as they said, it would be easy. Thus, he looked at the two of them and asked, What about the elixirs? Chapter 3722. City Lord Tang was astonished. A top-grade 7th level inner core? How could they have a treasure that even the Lingxiao celestial sect didn't have? One had to know that 7th level pills were divided into 3 types, and the top grade was even more precious than the top grade. With a bit of doubt and surprise, he took the bottle and poured out the pill inside. As soon as the pill entered his hand, a rich and fragrant medicinal fragrance rushed into his nostrils. The spiritual energy radiating from the pill and the pill veins on the pill caused him to widen his eyes in shock. This is really a top-grade 7th level inner core. He couldn't hide his shock as he spoke, but he hurriedly put the pill back into the bottle and closed the bottle cap as if he was worried that the medicinal fragrance would dissipate. After putting the pill back into the bottle, he stared at them in disbelief. You actually put a top-grade 7th level inner core in such a small bottle? You are simply... It seems that City Lord Tang is very satisfied. Du Fan interrupted him and opened the fan in his hand. He looked at him with a smile. My master is about to enter the city. When does City Lord Tang plan to help me settle this matter? Hearing this, Tang Zhiwu's heart moved slightly. He saw that these two people had extraordinary temperaments, and their strength was unfathomable. He thought that they were young masters of aristocratic families, but he didn't expect to hear them talk about their master. So, these two people were just attendants, and they weren't masters? If even the attendants had such a bearing, then what kind of person would the master they were talking about be? Thinking of this, he looked at the pill bottle in his hand and said, Since you took this pill to make a deal with me, I will help you settle this matter as soon as possible. Du Fan nodded and said, I hope that City Lord can keep the deal here today a secret. Don't tell anyone. Understood, City Lord Tang replied and sat down on a chair. He took out the title deed of the small house in the center of the lake and asked, May I know whose name is written on this title deed? Du Fan and Lu Yin looked at each other. Finally, Du Fan said Fengjiu. Fengjiu? City Lord Tang muttered the name silently. This was a name that couldn't be any simpler, but he couldn't tell if it belonged to a man or a woman. Fengjiu? This person was their master? Although he was curious, he didn't ask too much. He just went through the formalities and gave them some identity jade tokens. Then he said, If you have any problems in the future, you can come and find me. Then he added, Just go through the main entrance. Du Fan smiled and put everything away. Thank you. City Lord Tang sent them out. Seeing that everyone outside the study had their acupoint sealed, He couldn't help but glance at the two of them. Seeing this, Lu Yun raised his hand and unsealed the acupoints of the city guards. When the acupoint unsealing hand appeared in the air, City Lord Tang narrowed his eyes. He took a deep look at the two of them and personally escorted them out of the City Lord mansion. When the guards of the City Lord's mansion saw the two people who were supposed to leave walking out and being personally escorted out by the City Lord, they couldn't help but widen their eyes and swallow back their questions. These two people had clearly left. Why did they come out from inside? And the City Lord personally escorted them out? Where did these two people come from? Goodbye. Du Fan and Lu Yun cupped their hands and gestured. They glanced at the city guards and then turned to leave. Chapter 37:23. He was determined to win the election of a new city lord 3 months later. After Du Fan and Lu Yun took the key, they went to the small house in the middle of the lake. The two went in and looked around. Seeing that everything was arranged properly, they only lacked some maids and servants. So, Du Fan said to Lu Yun, "Master hasn't arrived yet. How about we go to the slave market first and pick a few servants?" "Well, okay." Lu Yun responded and went to the slave market with him. The small house in the middle of the lake had always been closed, and no one had heard of anyone moving in. Now that the door was opened and there were people inside, it suddenly made people curious. Apart from the two men who were making arrangements, they didn't see anyone else arrive. It wasn't until the evening of the next day that a carriage slowly arrived at the gate of the small house in the center of the lake. A group of men and women entered the house, but no one saw the faces of those people clearly. "Master, what do you think of the environment here?" Du Fan looked at Fengjiu with a smile and asked. Fengjiu nodded and said with a smile, "It's very quiet and quiet. It's really not bad. We went to the slave market yesterday and bought a few servants, as well as the kitchen maids. Everything has been arranged." Du Fan said, looking at Fengjiu, "Master, are you tired after a long journey? I'll take you to the main courtyard to rest." "Okay." Fengjiu responded and followed Du Fan to the backyard. As they walked, they looked at the environment inside. Between the courtyards, there were green trees and hundreds of flowers in full bloom. It was very beautiful. The courtyards, terraces, pavilions, rockery, and lakes were all beautiful. At nightfall, I heard that someone moved into the small house in the middle of the lake in the South City district. The East City Lord looked at the housekeeper and asked, "Yes, it was prepared yesterday. Someone moved in today, but no one knows who moved in, and no one can find out." The housekeeper said, but he was also surprised. The small house in the middle of the lake was discussed by the City Lord with the South City Lord, but he couldn't buy it. How did it suddenly change hands? Who on earth was so capable? How could they get the small house in the middle of the lake? "Oh, does no one know who moved in?" said the East City Lord, surprised. He looked pensive and then said, "Those who can live there are definitely not ordinary people. I think there will be some movements in a while. When the time comes, we will know who they are." At the same time, other people were also discussing this matter, but after hearing that they couldn't find out who that person was, they didn't pay any attention to it. They were all thinking that even if they didn't know now, sooner or later, there would be news. At that time, naturally, those who should know would know. However, what they didn't expect was that ever since Fengjiu and the others moved in, they had been living in seclusion. Moreover, their actions couldn't be any more low-key. Gradually, everyone forgot that there were still some people in the small building at the center of the lake. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. Fengjiu's belly was getting bigger and bigger. Because it was her first child and she was pregnant with twins, she didn't dare to just lie still all the time. Instead, she would move around a fixed time every day. She would walk around the small house in the middle of the lake so that it would be easier for her to give birth in the future. Chapter 37:24. Fengjiu had been here for a few months, but she had never gone out. Now that she heard that the quinquennial city lord election had begun and that Chi Kong was also planning to run for a landlord in the East District, she couldn't help but smile. The election should be a regional election, right? There's nothing much to see at the beginning. Let's wait until the final election of the 4 districts. Fengjiu sat in the pavilion and took a sip of tea as she spoke unhurriedly. Hearing this, Du Fan smiled and said, "Yes, This is just the beginning of the audition. I heard that many people are participating. If Master wants to see the final election, we can prepare for it. It won't be too late to go then. The 4 city lords of Spirit Immortal City were elected once every 5 years. The judges were elders and supremacies sent by the soaring firmament celestial sect. This was not only a competition of strength, but also one's ability to control and courage. Many people were paying attention to this grand ceremony that was held once every 5 years. If one was lucky enough to win a city lord of one of the 4 districts, not only would their status rise, but their reputation would also spread far and wide. After all, this was one of the largest cities in the mainland. A city lord was like a piece of fat meat that no one wanted to miss out on. Being in charge of any district in Spirit Immortal City and being in charge of that district's families and various forces naturally made people want to fight for it. Master, I plan to go out and take a look. Do you need to buy anything? Or anything you want to eat? I'll bring it back while I'm at it. Du Fan's gaze fell on Fengjiu as he spoke. He originally thought that she had been living in seclusion ever since she came here. Now that there was such a commotion, she would accompany Master to go out and take a look. However, it was clear that Master didn't want to go to the primary election. Although Master didn't want to go, he had to go. After settling down here, this kind of commotion would be the best way to see the strength of various forces and obtain information. Even if it was just a primary election, he still had to go and take a look. See if there are any specialty snacks on the streets. Bring some back for me. Fengjiu sat leisurely with one hand supporting her cheek. Smelling the faint fragrance of flowers in the air and feeling the gentle breeze caressing her face, she couldn't help but yawn, feeling a little sleepy. Okay, Du Fan replied with a smile and left. Lung Shuang walked over from not far away. Seeing Fengjiu's tired face, he asked, Master, do you want to go back and sleep? Yeah, I'm a little sleepy. I'll go back and sleep for a while. She rubbed her stomach with one hand and slowly stood up. She felt that her body was getting heavier by the day. Even walking for a long time was tiring. Indeed, it was not easy to get pregnant, and it was even harder to have twins. Lung Shuang stepped forward to support her and accompanied her back carefully. At this time, he heard her voice coming out unhurriedly. They still haven't found out anything about the ancient golden lotus? Fengjiu asked slowly. Not yet, Lung Shuang replied. But I found one of the elixirs that Master asked me to look for. Perhaps it was because there had been no news for too long. Fengjiu didn't feel disappointed and only said, Let them continue to ask. Yes, Lung Shuang replied and helped her back to the main courtyard. After entering the room, he stood guard outside. Chapter 3725. She walked over to Xianyuan Mo's side and sat down. She held his hand and gently stroked his belly. Mose, can you feel it? Our child. Although I don't have any news about the ancient golden lotus, I'll try other methods. Once I've gathered all the spiritual herbs, I'll try to refine a pill that can expel the black lotus energy from your body. She spoke softly and told him her plan. Although she didn't know if the pill could be successfully refined, or if the pill could expel the black lotus energy from his body and wake him up, she had to try no matter what. She raised her eyes and looked in front of her. She saw a faint golden light emerging from the spirit spring and was slightly surprised. She got up and walked over to the spirit spring. When she arrived at the spirit spring, she couldn't help but stare in astonishment at the tiny golden lotus leaf that had grown out of the spirit spring. Strange, why is there a golden lotus leaf? She murmured softly and stared in astonishment at the fingernail-sized golden lotus leaf. The spirit spring water came naturally from this space. The spirit spring water was rich in spiritual energy, and the water had the ability to purify itself. Even if one was injured and soaked in it, their injuries would heal faster. Furthermore, after being purified the next day, the water would be as clear as before and could be drunk. However, there had never been anything floating in the spirit spring, let alone a tiny golden lotus leaf. A golden lotus leaf? She was stunned and couldn't help but think of the golden lotus seed that Mo Chan had left behind and tossed into the spirit spring water. Although the golden lotus that she had obtained from the stairway to immortality was precious, it was not an ancient golden lotus. However, it contained a wisp of the ancient golden lotus's aura. Back then, when she had moved the golden lotus into the space to plant it, the lotus seeds had also been kept and given away. However, the golden lotus leaves that she had obtained back then were only ordinary lotus leaves, unlike the tiny golden lotus leaf in front of her. Her eyes flashed as she stared at the fingernail-sized golden lotus leaf. The tiny ray of light reflected by the golden lotus leaf was extremely beautiful. If it could grow bigger, how beautiful would it be? However, from what she knew, the leaves of the ancient golden lotus were golden in color. So why would the lotus seed that she had thrown into the spiritual spring grow such a golden lotus leaf? She reached out and picked up the golden lotus leaf, holding it in her palm. There were no roots or branches, just a tiny golden lotus leaf. Putting the golden lotus leaf back into the spirit spring water, she pondered for a while and collected her thoughts. Forget it. If he couldn't figure it out, then he wouldn't think about it. When she returned to Xianyuan Mo's side, she took his pulse. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and her expression was somewhat dignified. His body had been in a deep slumber all this time. Coupled with the black lotus energy in his body, the more time passed, the more unfavorable it would be for his body. If it weren't for her pill protecting his heart meridians, he probably wouldn't have been able to keep his life. Originally, she only planned to put him in this space, but after checking his condition today, she had no choice but to make a decision. She would use the 1,000-year chilling ice bed to suppress the black lotus energy in his body and put his body into a dormant state. Chapter 37:26. She used her divine sense to control everything in the space and move the ice bed out from its corner. She moved Xianyuan Mo's onto it, then took out a medicinal pill from the space and fed it to Xianyuan Mo's. She then took out silver needles and sealed all the major acupuncture points on his body. After doing all this, she gently exhaled and glanced at Xianyuan Mo's. Then she flashed out of the space and returned to her room to rest. 3 days later, Fengjiu woke up early because today was the day of the final competition for the 4 district city lords. Qi Kong stood out among the candidates, so she naturally had to go and watch the fun. For the cultivators in Spirit Immortal City, this day was extremely lively and anticipated. The entire city's citizens had gathered early to watch the competition, waiting for the final competition to begin. The final competition for the 4 district city lords was held in the middle of the 4 districts, on the Spirit Immortal City's spiritual immortal platform. The large spiritual immortal platform was circular in shape, with the platform as its center. It was 100 meters long and about 2 meters high from the ground, allowing everyone to see everything on the platform. The 4 sect envoys sent by the High Firmament Immortal Sect were already sitting on the platform. Aside from them, there were 4 other district city lords sitting on the left and right sides. The final 4 winners could issue a challenge to the district city lord they wanted to challenge. Only by winning the challenge could they become the new district city lord. The first few days were a test of the candidates' leadership, courage, and adaptability. Those who were able to pass through the various tests and enter the final round were naturally not ordinary people. Among these people, some were members of large clans, some were leaders of powerful forces, some were leaders of mercenary groups, and some were even outstanding rogue cultivators. Of course, there were also people like Qi Kong, whose origins were unknown. Under Du Fan's arrangement, Fengjiu and the others came to a tall pavilion and sat down. This tea house was one of their businesses, and this was the first time she had come here in several months. She sat in the 3-story pavilion while Qin Xian and the others prepared tea and pastries. She leaned against the railing and looked around. All she could see was a black mass of heads. "This place is not bad," Fengjiu smiled, then looked at Leng Hua and asked, "Who bought this place?" Leng Hua revealed a gentle smile and said, "Du Fan chose this place. He also bought it. Apart from this place, we have businesses in all 4 districts of the city. It seems that I've stayed in the small house in the center of the lake for too long." Fengjiu smiled and got up to lie down on the soft couch. Because it was high up, even lying on the soft couch, he could still see the table below. Du Fan walked in with pastries in his hands and said with a smile, "Master told us to develop our forces and take root here, so we naturally didn't dare to be negligent. In this spirit-immortal city, we have tea houses, brothels, medicine houses, and so on. Once Chi Kong wins the position of City Lord of the East City, we'll have people among the 4 city lords. It'll be more convenient for us to do things in the future." Feng Jiu took a sip of the tea Qin Xin served and asked, "Then why did he choose the East City District? I thought that since we're living in the South City District, he would choose the City Lord of the South City District." Chapter 37:27. "Oh, did he advance again?" Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows and said, "Even if he advanced again, he shouldn't be Qi Kang's opponent, right?" "That's true. However, the City Lord of the South City District has an extraordinary temperament. Moreover, he has made a deal with us first and has kept his promise to not let anyone disturb us for the past few months. Therefore, after discussing with me, Qi Kong has decided to fight the East City District." Du Fan gently fanned himself with the fan in his hand. He lifted his robe and sat down at the table with a smile on his face. In his heart, he thought, Tang Jiwu really has the demeanor of a city lord. After making a deal with him, he didn't have any petty thoughts. On the contrary, he kept his promise and opened the door for us. Since that's the case, we naturally won't go against him. Moreover, Qi Kong was one of their people, and City Lord Tang didn't know about it. It would be more convenient for them to use their forces secretly when they needed to. Hearing Du Fan's words, Feng Jiu smiled and looked down at the stage. She asked, "Which one of the people below is the City Lord Tang you mentioned?" She wanted to see how extraordinary this person was to be praised by Du Fan. "The second one from the right, the one in black." Du Fan smiled and looked at the stage. He said he originally had an old illness and his strength was stagnant. However, after taking that elixir, his old illness was cured and even his strength increased. If there's anyone among the 4 city lords who can keep their city lord position, it will definitely be City Lord Tang. Feng Jiu looked down and glanced at the people on the stage. Her eyes fell on the second middle-aged man in black on the right. She saw that the man was sitting upright with a strong waist and a strong back. His breathing was steady and his eyes were like torches. He looked in front of him with a dignified expression. The aura of a leader naturally flowed out. Looking at his demeanor, he is indeed not bad. He has the demeanor of a city lord. She nodded with a smile and looked at the other people. When she glanced at the man in white from the Lingxiao celestial sect, she raised her eyebrows. Another acquaintance. Lung Hua looked over and said, "It's that guy called Duan Yunhe. He has seen Qi Kong before." "It doesn't matter. Even if he recognizes him, so what?" Feng Jiu smiled and looked at the 16 people who finally stood out and were invited to the stage. Qi Kong was one of them. However, among the 16 people, Qi Kong Luk was the youngest. The 16 of them were all calm and composed, and their faces were filled with a dignified expression. With one look, one could tell that they were all people of high status. However, although these people looked calm and dignified, one could more or less see that they were a little nervous. Only Qi Kong, who was dressed in a navy blue robe, stood there calmly without the slightest hint of nervousness. After all, his strength was the strongest among these people, and even among the 4 city lords. If he wanted to take down the city lord of the East District, it would be as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Chapter 37:28. He stared at the man in the dark blue robe in shock. That outstanding face. Wasn't he one of the people beside the red-clothed woman he had met in the small town? Why was he here? And why was he running for the position of city lord? Instinctively, he looked around. His intuition told him that if this man was here, then his master would also be nearby. Duan Yunhe's loss of composure naturally surprised the surrounding people. When the people from the celestial sect saw this, they looked at each other. One of the elders asked, "Yunhe, what's going on?" The city lord sitting at the side followed Duan Yunhe's gaze and looked at the young man. They seemed to be wondering what this young man had that could make the celestial sect's supremacy lose his composure. Duan Yunhe couldn't see the red-clothed woman's figure in the surroundings, so he glanced at Chi Kong before looking away and saying, "It's nothing." He flicked his robe that was splashed with tea and closed his eyes. He didn't want to say anything more. When the people beside him saw this, they didn't ask any more questions. A guard stepped forward to clean up the broken teacup. Then the crowd looked at the 16 people standing on the stage again and re-examined them. On the stage, Chi Kong had one hand behind his back and the other in front of his abdomen. He stood there quietly and allowed the crowd to size him up as if he didn't see Duan Yunhe's loss of composure. His expression was normal. Although the crowd didn't say anything, they were more or less sizing up the young man. Everyone could see that Duan Yunhe's loss of composure was related to this man. It was as if he recognized him. Their gazes moved down and landed on the man's waist token. The two words Chi Kong were written on it. Chi Kong? They had never heard of him. However, to be able to stand out from so many candidates, one could imagine that this person wasn't ordinary. Cough. The elder from the High Firmament Celestial Sect stood up and looked at the 16 people. He said, "I'm sure all of you know the rules of this competition. Among the 16 of you, only 4 can stand on the stage and challenge the city lords of the 4 districts. Next, it will be a one-on-one battle. Don't overdo it and don't kill. As for who your opponents will be, for the sake of fairness, we will draw lots to decide." As he spoke, he waved his hand and signaled for someone to bring a pot of lots forward. He said, "There are 16 lots here and 16 numbers. Number 1's opponent will be number 3, number 2 will be number 4, and so on and so forth. After this round, the semi-finals will be decided." Chi Kong looked at the lot in his hand. It had the number 16 written on it. He handed the lot to the person in charge of recording. Not long after, a board at the side hung the name tags of each person together, making it clear at a glance. Other than number 1 and no 3 going up first, the others all retreated to the side. Along with the sound of the start of the battle, the people around the round platform suddenly tensed up, staring intently at the 2 people on the platform. Compared to the nervousness of the people below the stage and the calmness of the people on the stage, Duan Yunhe did not look at the intense battle between the 2 people on the stage. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Chi Kong. Chapter 37:29. With his strength, there was probably no one on the stage who was a match for him. He couldn't help but glance at the other city lords. Which one did he want to challenge? On the stage, the 2 figures fought fiercely. Fierce air currents whistled. Although there was no murderous intent in their moves, neither of them wanted to miss this once-in-5 years opportunity. Both of them displayed their special skills without any protection, trying their best to fight. The other people who were waiting to go on stage were all watching the 2 of them fight, because the winner was very likely to be their opponent. They naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to observe their opponent. However, after a dozen or so moves, one of them was sent flying by the other's fists. He spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled off the stage. "Fourth master, 4th brother." The clansman of the middle-aged man who rolled off the stage exclaimed and quickly went forward to help him up. "4th brother, how are you? Are you all right?" The middle-aged man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head at the clansman. Then he looked at the middle-aged man on the stage and cupped his hands. "The Chung family fist is indeed worthy of its reputation. I accept my loss wholeheartedly. Thank you for letting me win." On the stage, the middle-aged man cupped his hands in return. After glancing at the people below the stage, he walked to the side and sat down. Once the 2 of them had decided who was better, the second pair went up. After the 2 of them bowed to each other on the stage, their figures moved as fast as ghosts and attacked each other in an instant. The crowd watched in disgust. The winner is the head of the Chung family. The Chung family fist technique is famous far and wide. I heard that the head of the Chung family comprehended a set of Vajra fist technique some time ago. It's as strong as a mountain and has extremely strong inner strength. The head of the Chung family is a hot favorite this time. Even the bets have been set up. He's a popular candidate to enter the top 4. The others aren't weak either. Look at that one. That's the leader of the number 1 mercenary group, Genie Feng. And that one over there. Although he's a rogue cultivator, he's known as the Swift Sword Venerable, shadowless sword venerable. And that one, all of them are top-notch figures. That's for sure. Our spirit immortal city is one of the top cities. If they weren't top-notch figures, how could they be the city lords of the 4 districts? Just as everyone was talking, another winner was decided on the stage. Another group of people went up to continue. In the loft, Fengjiu glanced at the people below the stage and narrowed her eyes, intending to take a break before watching again. In fact, she already knew who would emerge victorious in the end. Although these people were strong, in order to compete for the position of City Lord, in addition to strength, they also needed luck. Why did he say that? This was because if there was someone who could fight with the previous City Lord and even have a chance to win, but that person just had to face Qi Kong, then it would naturally be a waste of time. Leng Hua and the others watched from the top of the pavilion. The matches continued until it was Qi Kang's turn. His opponent was the mercenary commander. Even though Qi Kong was younger than him, the mercenary leader didn't underestimate him. After sizing him up, he cupped his hands and bowed. Please. Qi Kong returned the greeting. In the next moment, the 2 figures moved at the same time. Their fists and palms collided, and their spiritual power surged. Yunhe, do you know this person called Qi Kong? The elder at the side took a sip of tea and asked. Chapter 37:30. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but pause. He looked to the front and didn't say anything else, because in just a short while, Qi Kong had kicked the mercenary group's leader off the stage. When the mercenary group's leader fell off the stage, he didn't seem to have realized what was going on. Leader. The mercenaries who were watching from below the stage quickly rushed forward, but they saw that their leader had already stood up. He patted the dust off his body and looked at Qi Kong on the stage. He cupped his hands and said, Your Excellency, you have great skills. Thank you for letting me win, Qi Kong said. He looked away and walked to the center of the stage. He didn't care about the shocked gazes on and off the stage at all. It was as if he wasn't the one who had kicked the leader of the number 1 mercenary group off the stage in 3 moves. Because of this battle, almost everyone had a new understanding of Qi Kong. The 8 people who would advance to the next round had already been decided. Next would be the 8 people who would advance to the next round. At this moment, no one wanted to go up against Qi Kong. The leader of the number 1 mercenary group was so strong that even they wouldn't be able to kick him off the stage in 3 moves. However, Qi Kong had done it. Moreover, from the start of the battle until the end, the leader of the mercenary group hadn't even touched the corner of Qi Kang's clothes. With such strength and skills, they felt that whoever went up against him would have a hard time. As for the 4 city lords, the East City Lord's expression was normal, but his hand was tapping on the side of his chair from time to time. He looked at the people in front of him and analyzed quickly in his heart. The South City Lord sipped his tea. He wasn't worried at all about who would challenge him in the end, because he had just made a breakthrough and was very confident in his current strength. Of course, he would never have thought that the young Qi Kang's strength would be above his. If he knew this, he probably wouldn't be drinking tea so calmly. As for the other 2 city lords, they also looked at the people in front of them. They were guessing who would have the ability to fight with them in the end. Sitting in this position, they had the ability to play some tricks. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, they didn't want to do so in front of the Immortal Sect disciples. After all, if they were discovered, it would be difficult for them to step down. 8-4. In the end, he drew another lot. When he saw the lot in his hand, Qi Kong glanced at the people around him and said, I'm one. The head of the Chung clan moved his hand that was holding the stick. He looked at Qi Kong and said, Your opponent is me. As he spoke, he stepped forward. The others retreated on their own accord. Seeing the 2 of them facing each other, they couldn't help but guess who would emerge victorious in this battle. The 2 of them didn't use any weapons. After a bow, the head of the Chung clan exerted strength in his fists and attacked Qi Kong like a fierce tiger. However, Qi Kong chose to avoid the attack. He stepped sideways and circled behind the head of the Chung clan. He raised his palm and chopped down. Looking at the 2 of them fighting, the East City Lord's heart skipped a beat. He took a sip of tea and put it down. He continued to watch the 2 of them fight. The head of the Chung clan's fists were like fierce tigers with hidden strength. Qi Kang's movements were strange, and the wind from his palm was swift and fierce. The two of them exchanged less than 10 moves before the East City Lord saw the head of the Chung clan being sent flying. He staggered back and fell off the stage. "Good!" someone in the audience shouted, and the whole scene suddenly boiled up. Chapter 37-31. His movement technique is very powerful, and his palm technique is also very powerful. Moreover, he has always had the upper hand in the battle. It seems like he hasn't fully displayed his strength yet. Where did this person come from? Even the Chung family head is not his match. In my opinion, there will definitely be a change in the City Lord position this year. I wonder which City Lord he will challenge. However, the strength of the City Lords should not be underestimated. Compared to the City Lords, Chi Kong is too young. He is young, but don't forget that he was able to stand out among thousands of people until the end. He must be very strong in all aspects. As long as he succeeds in challenging the City Lord, he will be more than qualified to be the City Lord of this district. Perhaps the words of the people below the stage disturbed the City Lord East, or perhaps he was already prepared and had that thought that he shouldn't have. Therefore, when he saw the outcome of the battle, he quietly gave a look to one of the guards beside him. After Chi Kang's battle ended, he walked to the side and sat down. He only needed to wait for the others' battles to end before he could challenge the City Lord who wanted to challenge him. At this moment, the guards helped them change into hot tea. The few people at the side watched the battle and took a sip of the tea. When Chi Kong picked up the tea, the aroma of the tea entered his nose. His expression changed slightly, and he looked up at the City Lords. Seeing that those people were watching the competition, he gently scraped the teacup and took a sip of tea. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the East City Lord was looking at him while he was drinking tea. There was a trace of relief on his face. Lung Hua, who was in the attic, also saw the scene on the stage. A smile appeared on his gentle face as he watched quietly. When the battle between the few groups ended, the elder of the Lingxiao celestial sect stood up and looked at the few people. He said, "The 4 people who stand out in the end can challenge the City Lords of the 4 districts. However, if they challenge the City Lords, the casualties will be unpredictable. They will have to bear the consequences. We know." As soon as they finished speaking, one of them took a step forward and arrived in front of the City Lord of the Western District. He said, "You would like to fight the City Lord of the Western District." Hearing this, the City Lord of the Western District stood up and walked to the center of the stage. Looking at the middle-aged man, the City Lord of the Western District smiled. "Since the second master of the Yu family wants to learn from me, I will gladly oblige. Please." With that, a pair of sabers appeared in the hands of the Yu family's second master. Spiritual energy surged from his body as he suddenly charged at the West District's City Lord. The 2 sabers were sharp and contained a bloodthirsty, killing intent. Unlike when he sparred with others before, this time he was using killing intent. Below the stage, the crowd was discussing. The Yu family is from the West City District. I heard that they have always been suppressed by the West City Lord. Last month, a young lady from the Yu family had an accident. I heard that it was done by the City Lord's son, but the matter was left unsettled in the end. No wonder the second master of the Yu family is so murderous. He probably wants to take this opportunity to kill the West City Lord. 5 years ago, the West City Lord used only one move to kill the person who challenged him. Today, the second master of the Yu family wants to challenge him. I'm afraid he won't be able to return alive. Challenging the City Lord is challenging the authority of the City Lord. They won't be merciful. You have to know that if you die on this stage, you die. There's no way to investigate. Bang! Chapter 37-32. Master, second master, second uncle. Several exclamations came out. The people of the Yu family squeezed forward and came to the front of the stage. When they saw the pale second master with blood flowing out his mouth, their eyes turned red. "Second brother, come down." An older middle-aged man looked at his second brother on the stage and clenched his fists tightly under his sleeves. Their strength was still far from being comparable to the West City Lord. If they continued to fight, they were afraid that the second master of the Yu family wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth as he stood up again. He held 2 sabers in his hands and injected spiritual power into them. He rushed forward, and the sharp saber energy attacked the calm and composed West City Lord at a speed that was too fast to be heard. Swoosh, swoosh. The West City Lord narrowed his eyes and quickly dodged to the side. Who knew that the moment he dodged, the other side of the blade suddenly slashed across. He only felt a whooshing sound as the blade slashed across his shoulder. The pain of the blade piercing into his flesh instantly came. Hiss! He took a deep breath and quickly retreated. The wound on his shoulder was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood gushed out, and the warm blood quickly soaked his robes. The thick smell of blood also rushed into his nose. Glancing at the wound on his shoulder, a murderous look flashed across the West City Lord's eyes. He turned his palm under his sleeve, and a small saber flew out in the next moment and shot toward the second master of the Yu family. Swoosh! Second brother, be careful. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man below the stage exclaimed, and his face changed greatly. However, they could not do anything and did not have the strength to fight with the West City Lord on the stage. Rushing forward, Second Master Yu only felt a sharp, killing intent coming at him. There seemed to be a cold light shooting at him from the front, but he couldn't even see what it was. His body instinctively dodged, but who would have thought that the attack would be so fast that he wouldn't be able to dodge at all? Swoosh! The saber pierced the second master of Yu family's heart and flew out of his body with a sharp swoosh, leaving a bloody hole in his chest. The second master of the Yu family could not withstand the force and was sent flying off the stage with a bang. Master! The woman below the stage cried out in alarm. Her face turned pale as blood rushed to her head and she fainted. Mother! Mother! Father! Second master! Second brother! The audience below the stage was in chaos, and there were chaotic cries of alarm mixed with deep worry and anxiety. The people of the Yu family rushed forward to help the second master of the Yu family, who had fallen to the ground with blood flowing out of his mouth. Second brother, looking at the wound on his chest, the patriarch of the Yu family's voice trembled. He only had one brother, and now he was in such a state. Father! Second uncle! The crowd squeezed forward. A young man in his 20s supported his unconscious mother and looked at his dying father. His eyes reddened as he stared at the West City Lord on the stage. He pushed his mother to his cousin beside him and wanted to rush up the stage, but he was held back by the people beside him. Do you want to die? Now that your father is like this, do you still want him to worry? An old man shouted in a deep voice, his hand pressing down on the man's shoulder. Chapter 37-33. Uncle, my father, how is my father? The man asked in a trembling voice. Looking at his dying father, his body was trembling. His father was in the prime of his life. Was there really no hope for him? His wound is on his chest. You should carry him back and prepare for his funeral. The West City Lord stood on the stage with his hands behind his back as he looked down at the Yu family. When he glanced at the dying second master, a look of disdain flashed across his eyes. Did he think he could fight with him? What a fool's dream. Dongji. Second Master Yu, who was being supported by the Yu family head, was bleeding from his mouth. He looked at his only son and said in a weak voice, Take care of your mother and the rest. Work hard on your cultivation. Don't seek revenge. Cough, cough, cough. When Yu Dongji heard this, he saw his father cough violently. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth and out of his chest. He couldn't help but cry. Father, if you want to live, quickly send him to the South City Medicine Tower. A soft and languid voice rang out. Duan Yunha, who was on the stage, was shocked when he heard this voice. He quickly looked around, but he couldn't find the source of the voice. When Shi Kong heard his master's voice, he got up and walked off the stage. He took out an elixir and popped it into his second Master Yu's mouth. At the same time, he took out a bottle of medicine to stop the bleeding and sprinkled it on the bleeding wound. Then, he looked at the stunned Yu family members. What are you still standing there for? Do you want to watch him die? Chi Kang's voice was deep and powerful, jolting them back to their senses. Seeing that the wound had stopped bleeding in an instant, the Yu family's patriarch was shocked. He hurriedly helped his second brother up and carried him on his back. He said to Qi Kong, "Many thanks, young Master Qi." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly led the others to the medicinal pavilion. The South City Medicine Tower was a medicine tower that had risen to prominence in recent months. People knew about it because of the sky-high prices of its medicines. However, they didn't know that this medicine tower, which only sold medicine, actually had medical skills. As they watched the group of people leave in a hurry, the surrounding people couldn't help but look around. Who was talking just now? Where did that voice come from? Why didn't I see anyone? It sounds like a woman's voice. I don't know where it's coming from. That voice said that he wanted to be sent to the medicine tower in South City alive. Could it be that he didn't see that second Master Yu's blade had pierced right through his chest? Moreover, almost no one can afford the things in the medicine tower, but I've never heard of anyone who knows medicine in the medicine tower. I don't know what kind of medicinal pill Qi Kong gave second Master Yu just now, but when he used his hemostatic medicine, the bleeding stopped immediately. I've never heard of such a powerful hemostatic medicine before. In an instant, everyone's attention was diverted. All of them landed on the calm man in a navy blue robe. The other party slowly walked down. At this moment, under everyone's gazes, he walked back to his seat with steady footsteps and sat down. He did not mind the crowd sizing him up. The West City governor furrowed his brows and scanned his surroundings. He couldn't find the source of the voice. However, he had confidence in himself. With that strike, it was impossible for the second son of the Yu family to survive. No one could save him. Chapter 37-34. Indeed, he had not misjudged him, and the sect master had not misjudged him. The people from the high firmament celestial sect looked at each other in surprise. They looked around, but could not find the source of the voice. However, what made them even more surprised was that the medicine in Qi Kang's hand had such a miraculous effect. The bleeding wound actually stopped after he sprinkled some medicine on it. Qi Kang, who made the medicine in your hand? The elder from the high firmament celestial sect asked. He was very curious about the medicine. Hearing the elder's question, the city lords and the others on the stage all looked at Qi Kang. Not only was this person's background mysterious, but the medicine in his hand was also very mysterious. The Spirit Immortal City was a big city, so it naturally had everything it wanted. Even rare and precious medicinal pills could be bought here as long as one could afford it. However, a medicine that could stop the bleeding just by sprinkling some medicine was unheard of. Qi Kang looked at them and saw the curiosity and inquiry in their eyes. He said in a low voice, "It was made by the ghost doctor." Ghost doctor? Everyone looked at each other. They had never heard of such an unfamiliar word. They had never heard of a ghost doctor. Then where is the ghost doctor now? Elder Ling, Xiao asked again. No comment. Qi Kang looked away and did not look at them again. Is the ghost doctor a man or a woman? Where did she learn from? No comment. Hearing his words, the city lords on the stage looked at him. This Qi Kang did not even give face to the elder of the high firmament celestial sect. He was really arrogant. After being rebuffed, the elder felt as if he was suffocating in his heart. He felt very uncomfortable. The two supremacies next to him glanced at Qi Kang and frowned. They looked displeased. Obviously, they did not like his attitude. However, Duan Yunhe looked away and drank his tea. He did not say a word. The challenge on the stage continued. In the attic, Fengjiu leaned leisurely on the soft couch, watching the scene below with a smile. Du Fan, who was at the side, ate a piece of pastry and asked, Master, why do you want to save the second master of the Yu family? If his master didn't speak up, then it would be difficult for the second master of the Yu family to make it to the medicinal pavilion. If I want to save him, then I'll save him. It's just a matter of saying a word, Fengjiu said casually, then smiled. Just as well, Fan Lin can practice his skills. When Leng Hua heard this, a trace of a smile appeared between his brows. Having been by his master's side for so long, he more or less understood his master's temperament. They had a panoramic view of everything below, so it wasn't strange that their master wanted to save the second master of the Yu family. The challenge on the stage continued. The other two challenged the South City Lord and the North City Lord respectively. Their fates were better than the second master of the Yu family. They were defeated with only some injuries, which were not fatal. When it was Chi Kang's turn, the gazes of the city lords all landed on him. Currently, among the 4 city lords, only the East City Lord had not been challenged. This was because everyone knew that the East City Lord, who was in charge of the East City District, was the strongest of the 4. No one was willing to touch this hard nail. At this time, the city lords of the other 3 districts were all wondering which of the 3 of them would Chi Kong challenge. Chapter 37-35. Everyone was slightly surprised. They did not expect Chi Kong to challenge the East City Governor. For a moment, everyone's expression became subtle. Only Duan Yunhe glanced at the East City Governor and then looked at Chi Kong. No one knew what he was thinking. The East City Governor's eyes flashed. He glanced at Chi Kong, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. "Ha ha, you have guts." He stood up, laughed out loud, and stepped in front of Chi Kong. Chi Kong looked at him and said ambiguously, "East City Governor, you have guts too." Hearing this, the East City Governor's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Chi Kong and sneered. "Chi Kong, is it? Then, let me see what you're made of." Before he could finish his sentence, the East City Governor was sent flying by a punch and fell heavily on the stage. The East City Governor spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole face was red. No one knew if it was because of the pain from the punch or because he was angry. Chi Kong rubbed his fist and walked closer step by step. His deep voice was calm, as usual. "I'm sorry. You talk too much. I couldn't help but test my strength on you. After all, the East City Governor added tea for me. You have to take this punch to know how strong it is." Hearing this, the faces of the people on and off the stage changed. They all whispered, "What does he mean? The East City Governor added tea for him? Is there a problem with the tea? How is that possible? The East City Governor is the strongest among the 4 city governors. Does he need it? That's hard to say. After all, Chi Kang's strength has been outstanding since the beginning. It's understandable that the East City Governor is afraid. Like I said, everything has a shameful side. For an election like this, if it's not because there's someone above covering for it, then it's because the people below used dirty tricks. How filthy. The faces of the people from the high firmament celestial sect turned unsightly. The 3 city lords looked at the East City Lord in astonishment. They didn't expect the East City Lord to resort to such underhanded means. Being stared at and discussed by the crowd, the East City Lord's face turned from red to white. He glared at Chi Kong and said, "Don't slander me. What nonsense. You should know that I can skin you alive for slandering the City Lord." Chi Kong walked over with his hands behind his back and said, "You know very well whether I'm slandering you or not. However, I'm sorry to say that your medicine has no effect on me." Chi Kong looked at the East City Governor and said, "East City Governor, get up and continue the fight." The East City Governor's face turned pale. He clenched his teeth and stood up with one hand on his chest. Did he really want to lie on the stage forever? That punch was so powerful that it hurt from his chest to his back. It took him a while to catch his breath. He was already afraid of Duan Yunhe. Now that he fought with Duan Yunhe, he felt even more terrified. Duan Yunhe walked to the seat where Chi Kong was sitting. He picked up the half-drunk tea and sniffed it. Then, he brought the tea to the elder and the 2 venerables. "We can't smell it." The 2 venerables shook their heads. They didn't smell anything wrong. Chapter 37-36. It's true that there's a medicine in it that disperses cultivation. However, this medicine is colorless and tasteless. How did you know? The elder looked at Chi Kong and asked. He was very surprised. If he hadn't tasted it, he wouldn't have been able to smell the medicine in it. Not only did he know, but he also drank it, and nothing happened to him? What was the reason for this? When Chi Kong heard this, he glanced at the elder and said, "It seems that what you should be asking now is not how I know. You should be asking about the matter of the East City Lord drugging me, right?" Hearing this, the elder looked at the East City Lord and didn't speak for a while. The East City Lord's eyes flashed slightly. He stood up, clutching his chest. "I don't know what you're talking about. How can you say that I drugged you? This is ridiculous." Chi Kong glanced at him and said in a low voice that contained the pressure and confidence of an expert, "You know very well whether you did or not." I don't need you to admit it, because it doesn't matter whether you admit it or not. You've already reached the end of the East City Lord's seat today. As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly attacked. His fist contained a powerful airflow and struck out fiercely. It was so fast that no one could see his fist at all. They could only hear the heavy sound of the fist hitting the body, followed by the sound of bones being broken. The East City Lord, who had just stood up, screamed. His whole body was lifted up by the punch. His feet left the ground, and he knelt down with a plop. His whole body was lying forward because of the intense pain. He was in so much pain that he couldn't stand up. This punch caused the people from the High Firmament Immortal sect to suddenly stand up in shock. They had been staring at Qi Kong the entire time, but they didn't even see his movements clearly. From this, it could be seen just how fast he was. When the other three city lords saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but jump. They secretly breathed a sigh of relief and thought to themselves, if Qi Kong had challenged them, I'm afraid they would have ended up like the East City Lord. Do you admit defeat? Qi Kong stood there and looked down at the East City Lord, who was kneeling in front of him. With his strength, it was easy for him to deal with the East City Lord. Moreover, he didn't show his full strength. Blood trickled from the corner of the East City Lord's mouth. He raised his head and looked at Qi Kong in front of him. There was a sinister look in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, I admit defeat. Impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped up. A cold light flashed in his hand as he attacked Qi Kong. Qi Kong frowned as the murderous aura rushed towards him. With a twist of his palm, a palm wind instantly shot out. That palm whistled through the air like a ferocious tiger with a force of 1,000 jin. With a loud bang, the East City Lord's shrill scream reached the sky. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth and spilled on the ground like a red plum blossom. It was a ghastly sight. He flew out like a kite with a broken string. No one could save him. No one could save him in time. He fell off the stage under everyone's shocked gaze and landed among the onlookers. Seeing this scene, the audience below the stage could not help but gasp. They looked at the East City Lord, who was on the verge of death after falling to the ground and could not even stand up. They only felt a wave of shock in their hearts, and their hearts palpitated with fear. Chapter 37:37. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a long while, Duan Yunhe coughed lightly and stood up. He looked at the crowd and said, The City Lord election is held once every 5 years. From this moment on, the City Lord of the East District will be Qi Kong. The City Lords of the other 3 districts will remain unchanged. The voice that contained the aura of spirit force clearly entered everyone's ears, causing them to return to their senses. Some people below the stage looked at Qi Kong with a complicated expression. Some people had anticipation and joy in their eyes, and some people looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. Although the City Lord election was held once every 5 years, the connections that the incumbent City Lord had accumulated over the past 5 years were not something that could be easily overthrown. Moreover, where did Qi Kong come from? If he did not have a strong subordinate, it would be difficult for him to hold the position of City Lord of the East District. At this time, the other people from the High Firmament Celestial Sect also regained their senses. They looked at Qi Kong with mixed feelings in their eyes. After a while, the elder stroked his beard and walked forward. He said, Qi Kong, I'll send someone to accompany you to the East District Governor's Mansion to hand over the position. He paused and looked at the City Lord of the East District, who was on the verge of death. He sighed and ordered in a deep voice, carry him back first. Tell his family to move out of the East District Governor's Mansion by today. Yes. The city guard respectfully responded and quickly carried the City Lord of the East District away. At this time, the people in the East District Governor's Mansion who heard the news exclaimed in disbelief. This is impossible. How is this possible? We've lived here for 10 years, and our master has always been the City Lord. How could? The messenger panted and said, It's true. The election is over. The people from the High Firmament Celestial Sect will accompany the new City Lord to hand over the position. Hearing this, The people in the mansion felt their legs go weak and fell to the ground in disbelief. If the city lord was replaced, they would not be able to keep the wealth that they had accumulated over the years because of the city lord. Following the end of the competition, the crowd gradually dispersed. It had been many years since there had been a change of city lord. Now that the city lord had been replaced with Chi Kong, it was likely that the East District would undergo a major change in the near future. Thinking of this, some people were already thinking of finding time to visit the new East City Lord with gifts in the East City Lord's mansion. In the tea house, Feng Jiao and the others were not in a hurry to leave after watching the election. She lay on the soft couch and narrowed her eyes. She said to the people around her, "I'm going to sleep for a while. I'll go back later." Hearing this, the others quietly retreated. Lung Shuang brought a blanket to cover her and then stood guard by her side. As for the medicine building, the people of the Yu family were all standing guard in the backyard of the medicine building. When they heard the voice's reminder to send the people to the medicine building, they thought that they would be driven out. However, after an elegant man walked out and asked about the situation, they sent the people in. He had been in there for quite some time now. How was the situation? This caused the people guarding outside to be extremely worried. "Uncle, my father will be fine, right?" The man's face was filled with unconcealable worry. He looked at the tightly shut door without any movement. His heart was in turmoil, and he was restless. Chapter 37-38. Outside the medicine building, many people craned their necks to watch. Now that the election was over, many curious people gathered around the medicine building. They all wanted to know if the second master of the Yu family could be saved. In the backyard of the medicine building, Fan Lin pushed open the door and walked out. The people of the Yu family, who were waiting in the courtyard, quickly surrounded him when they saw him come out. "Young master, how is my second brother?" Patriarch Yu quickly stepped forward and asked. The others behind him all looked at Fan Lin nervously. Fan Lin glanced at them and revealed a refined smile. "Don't worry, his life is saved. However, he still needs to be carefully nursed back to health. He won't be able to get out of bed for at least half a month." Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but cry tears of joy. They were ecstatic and felt that it was unbelievable. With such a serious injury, the young man in front of them was actually able to save him. One could imagine how brilliant his medical skills were. "Thank you, young master. Thank you." Patriarch Yu quickly cupped his hands and thanked him. Finally, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "When we go back, we will definitely prepare a generous gift to thank you." Fan Lin smiled and told them what to pay attention to. He said, "He is now out of danger and is not suitable to be moved. Go in and see him. Leave 1 or 2 people to take care of him. Come back tomorrow evening to pick him up." "Yes, yes, yes, we will listen to young master." Everyone quickly responded. Patriarch Yu asked again, "May I know young master's name?" When they came to seek medical treatment, they only gave their own names and forgot to ask for the name of the person in front of them. "My name is Fan Lin." He opened his mouth and told them to go in and see the person inside. Then he walked forward, picked some medicinal herbs, and had them boil them into medicine. Today was the election for the City Lord. He knew that Chi Kong intended to win the City Lord of the East. His master and the others had all gone to watch the fun. He had originally planned to go too, but he had not finished concocting the medicine on hand, so he stayed in the medicine building. He did not expect that his master would send him such an injured person. Thinking of the serious and fatal injury of the person inside, he shook his head and smiled. If he hadn't been by his master's side all this time, and if he hadn't learned a few things in Dan Wang's valley, he probably wouldn't have been able to heal that kind of wound. However, that person was lucky. With a word from his master, Chi Kong gave him medicine and stopped his bleeding. Otherwise, even if he was sent over, he wouldn't be able to save his life. "Young master, there are a lot of people gathered outside, and they've been peeking their heads out. Some of them even came in to ask if the second master of the Yu family is dead." One of the medicine attendants stepped forward when he saw Fan Lin come out. Hearing this, Fan Lin smiled and said, "Don't bother about them. Do what you need to do. Just do your part well." "Yes," the medicine attendant replied before retreating. Although the people in the medicinal pavilion did not spread any news, it did not take long for the news to spread. The second master of the Yu family, who everyone thought was dead for sure, was saved and not dead. The people of the Yu family happily returned to the residence to report the news. The people in the city were also very surprised when they heard the news. What? The second master of the Yu family was saved? Who was it that saved him? How can he be saved with such injuries? Chapter 37-39. When the news that the second master of the Yu family had been rescued reached the West City Lord's ears, his face immediately darkened. In the hall of the City Lord's residence, he slammed the teacup in his hand on the table and shouted, "Men, City Lord." The city guard quickly stepped forward. What is the background of the South City's medicine tower? Go and investigate. Yes. The city guard quickly retreated. In the East City District's City Lord's mansion, the people from the High Firmament Immortal sect accompanied Qi Kong to the City Lord's mansion. After entering the City Lord's mansion, 2 other people accompanied Qi Kong to the City Lord's mansion, while the elder took Duan Yunhe to a secluded place. Yunhe, do you know who this Qi Kong is? The elder looked at Duan Yunhe and asked. Seeing that Duan Yunhe's eyes flashed and he remained silent, the elder snorted and said, "Don't use the same excuse as before to tell me that you don't know. If you didn't know, would you have us accompany him to the City Lord's mansion? If you didn't know, would you be so protective of him?" Hearing this, Duan Yunhe sighed and said, "Head elder, I'm only doing this for the good of the Immortal sect. You've also seen that Qi Kong is not an ordinary person. Since we can help him, why should we put on airs? Then why don't you tell me who he is that you're so afraid of him?" The first elder asked again, "Don't tell me you're not going to say anything after returning to the sect? Or are you not going to tell anyone?" The head elder's face darkened, and he looked at Duan Yunhe with displeasure. Hearing this, Duan Yunhe pondered for a moment before saying, "He's one of the subordinates of that woman in red." What? The head elder didn't know who Duan Yunhe was referring to. After all, it had been a few months, and he had long forgotten about that matter. He killed Peak Master Run and crippled a dozen Immortal Sect disciples. As Duan Yunhe spoke, he looked at the astonished first elder and continued, "That Qi Kong is one of the red-clothed woman's subordinates. As I said before, the dozen or so subordinates of the red-clothed woman are all outstanding men and women. They aren't ordinary guards." The great elder's face was filled with astonishment. The shock in his heart was no less than when he heard that Peak Master Ren had been killed. He had seen Qi Kong today as well, and his actions carried the aura of a superior. Moreover, his strength was restrained, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Even the disciples of aristocratic families would find it difficult to compare to a person with such a bearing. However, such a person was actually only one of the subordinates of the red-clothed woman. When he thought of this, his emotions instantly became chaotic. One of his subordinates? If one of them was already so powerful, then what about the others? He already knew that the red-clothed woman who had killed Peak Master Run and the others were very powerful. But he didn't expect that when he saw it with his own eyes, this kind of shock went straight to the depths of his heart, causing him to be unable to calm down. "Did you recognize him today?" The great elder calmed himself down and looked at Duan Yunhe with a complicated expression. "Yes," Duan Yunhe replied and said, "Moreover, that red-clothed woman was also watching the City Lord election today. The mysterious female voice that spoke was that red-clothed woman's voice. Therefore, I'm thinking that the medicine tower that she spoke of is also one of her people." Chapter 37-40. Duan Yunhe's expression changed slightly as he said, "There should be some of her people in the medicine tower. We have to report this matter to the sect master." The head elder calmed down for a while before he paused and continued. "Also, keep an eye on Qi Kong. He came here alone, so you should stay and help him with the handover. Since he's the woman in red's people, try to befriend him as much as possible. I won't stay any longer and need to return to the sect." Hearing this, Duan Yunhe nodded and said, "I understand." On the other side, the head elder left first, leaving behind 3 people to help with the handover. On the other side, Fengjiu slept in the tea house's attic until evening. When she was about to go back, she heard from Lung Shuang that Fan Lin had arrived and was waiting outside. "Let him in," Fengjiu said. She stood up, stretched her waist, and moved a little. Lung Shuang walked outside and called out. Not long after, He walked in with Fan Lin. "Master," Fan Lin called out with a refined smile on his face. "That second master of the Yu family has been rescued. He's still lying in the medicine pavilion and can't be moved, so I told them to bring him back tomorrow evening." He also took advantage of this time to come over and inform his master. "His injuries were fatal. Since you were able to save him, it shows that your medical skills have improved a lot." Feng Jiu smiled and looked at Fan Lin, who had just walked in, and said, "You saved this person from the Yu family today, so you'll probably be busy from now on. I'll take advantage of this opportunity." Fan Lin said. He knew that the medicine tower's reputation would also spread after today's incident. At that time, there would definitely be many people coming to visit. "You can stay in the medicine tower tonight. I'll ask Wei Lang to accompany you tonight." Feng Jiu couldn't help but smile as she said this. She brushed her clothes and walked out. "I'll go back first. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it at the residence. Ask Wei Lang to accompany him at the medicine tower tonight." Hearing this, Fan Lin couldn't help but be stunned. What did this mean? However, before he could ask, he saw that his master had already walked out, so he hurriedly followed. "Master, you want me in gray medicine to stay at the medicinal building tonight?" He thought of something and couldn't help but ask, "Is it because the second master of the Yu family is there?" Feng Jiu went downstairs and walked to the back door as he replied, "Well, since he's been saved, we shouldn't let him die so easily. At least, we can use him to make your name known. You guys stay there tonight." Seeing his master enter the carriage from the back door, Fan Lin hurriedly pulled Lung Hua aside and asked, "Master, what do you mean by this? Is someone trying to harm Second Master Yu?" Lung Hua smiled and said warmly, "He was injured by the West City Master. Now that you've rescued him, I don't think the West City Master will let this go. You guys stay here tonight. Maybe there will be some movement." Hearing this, Fan Lin suddenly understood. He watched his master and the others leave. When he saw Wei Lang standing to the side, he smiled at him and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you tonight." Wei Lang rubbed his wrist and said, "Just treat it as practice." Du Fan walked out from the back, gently fanning himself with the fan in his hand, and said, "They're taking care of Master in the residence, and you two are at the medicine tower. Then I'll go to the East City Master's residence and see if Chi Kong needs any help." Chapter 3741. Upon hearing this, Du Fan's eyes flashed as he said, "Since we have nothing to do, let's take a walk." Thus, after Du Fan left the tea house, he walked to the main street and bought some sauced meat to go with his wine. Then, he carried it to the East City Governor's mansion. As for Fan Lin and Wei Lang, one was in the open while the other was in the dark. After half a day, Chi Kong was almost done with the handover at the East City Governor's mansion. With the help of the people from the Soaring Firmament Celestial Sect, the handover was even easier. When Du Fan arrived at the East City Governor's mansion with the sauced meat, the sky had already darkened. When he arrived at the governor's mansion, he saw Chi Kong escorting the other two supremacies from the Soaring Firmament Celestial Sect out. He stood at the side and did not walk up to them. Duan Yunhe had been looking for an opportunity to chat with Chi Kong, so he stayed behind. Thus, when they saw the two supremacies off, they saw Du Fan standing not too far away. "Why are you here?" Chi Kong asked when he saw Du Fan coming over. Du Fan waved the braised meat in his hand and walked up to Duan Yunhe with a smile. "I bought some braised meat from the Eastern Street and came over to celebrate you becoming the city lord." He swept his gaze around and smiled at Duan Yunhe. "We meet again." Duan Yunhe nodded slightly. "I didn't expect to meet you here. After killing the peak master of the Celestial Sect and annihilating a few clans, no one would expect them to come to the Spirit Celestial City near the Soaring Firmament Celestial Sect. Since we've met, why don't we have a drink? The East Courtyard has been vacated. Let's go there." Chi Kong said and walked in with them. As for the West City Governor, his face darkened when he heard the news from the city guard. He sat on the main seat and looked at the city guard kneeling before him. Suddenly, he picked up the teacup on the table and threw it at the city guard. Clang! "Bastard! After investigating for half a day, you tell me you can't find out where they came from? Is there anyone in the city who can't be found? What a bastard! Get out!" He cursed angrily and smashed the teacup on the city guard's head, causing blood to seep out. The city guard could only lower his head, his body trembling. He didn't dare to utter a single word. Only when he heard the city guard tell him to scram did he hurriedly retreat. Unable to suppress the anger in his chest, he walked outside with his hands behind his back. Looking at the sky outside, his eyes were cold and bloodthirsty. If he wanted to kill someone, even if the king of hell didn't accept him, he would still kick him into the king of hell's palace. The night grew darker and quieter. In the medicine pavilion, Fan Lin was concocting medicine, while in the rear courtyard, the second master of the Yu family was being guarded and taken care of by several members of the Yu family. As for Hui Lang, he was hidden in the shadows, keeping an eye on the surroundings. Although it was already late at night, the people of the Yu family were still busy. They were busy feeding and changing the medicine, and they also had to pay attention to what Fan Lin said to see if the body had a fever or if the wound had become inflamed in the latter half of the night. Because of this, they didn't know that several figures had sneaked into the medicine pavilion under the cover of the night and were heading towards the rear courtyard. However, before they could reach the rear courtyard, the 4 cultivators who had sneaked in were silently dealt with by Hui Lang. When Hui Lang dragged the 4 corpses to the front and threw them to the side, the medicine attendants in the medicine pavilion were dumbfounded. Their faces turned pale and their eyes widened as they looked at the corpses. "What are you waiting for? Drag them away and deal with them." Hui Lang glanced at the 2 attendants and coldly ordered them. How do we deal with this?" Chapter 3742. Grey Wolf glanced at them and said, "Go find Fan Lin and get some medicine to destroy the corpse." After saying this, he no longer paid attention to them and went to the back of the courtyard to continue to squat on the tree. When the 2 medicine attendants heard this, they quickly dragged them away and went to find Fan Lin. As for the West City Lord, he was waiting in his mansion for the people he sent out to report back. Who would have thought that, after midnight, the 4 people he sent out did not return? This made him frown slightly, and his heart was burning with anger. What kind of guards could there be in a small medicine building? The people from a Yu family were even less of a threat. Although the strength of the people he sent out was not the best, it was more than enough to deal with the people from the small medicine building and the Yu family. However, they had not returned yet. Could it be that something had happened? Thinking of this, he walked up and down in the hall with his hands behind his back. Finally, he decided to go and see for himself. If something really happened, he would come out and directly kill all the people in the medicine building to vent the anger in his heart. He changed into his night clothes and covered his face. Then, he went to the medicine building alone. At midnight, it was time to sleep. The street outside was quiet, and only the lights in front of some houses and shops were still on. He found the medicine building and saw that it was still brightly lit. He narrowed his eyes and planned to sneak in from the back. Therefore, he deliberately went around to the back and came to the wall. With a light tap of his toes, he leaped onto the top of the wall and squatted down to size up the situation inside. However, at this moment, he was hit hard on the back of his neck. He was shocked and felt his vision go black. He fainted and fell down the wall. Bang! Bang! 2 loud sounds were heard. The first sound was like a muffled sound of a stick hitting the body, and the second sound was the sound of a body falling to the ground. "Who is it?" The sound startled the Yu family members who were guarding the courtyard. They looked back and were dumbfounded. They saw a black figure falling down the wall and fainting on the ground. On the wall, another black figure was holding a thick wooden stick and patting it. Obviously, the person who fell was knocked down by the black figure on the wall. "He's a member of my medicine tower." Fan Lin walked out of nowhere, wearing a sky-blue robe. It was obvious that he had already changed. Hui Lang glanced at Fan Lin before jumping down from above. He lifted the black veil covering the man's face and couldn't help but sneer. "Isn't this the West City Lord?" Fan Lin raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the person on the ground. He was a little surprised. The West City Lord was the city lord of the West City District. How could he come here personally and be defeated by Hui Lang so easily? It seemed that he had underestimated them. Otherwise, with his strength, even if he wasn't a match for them, he would at least be able to exchange a few blows with them. When the Yu family's people heard that it was the West City Lord, they couldn't help but be startled. After looking at each other, they quickly stepped forward to take a look. Sure enough, the person lying on the ground was the West City Lord. One of the Yu family's people showed hatred in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll kill him." As soon as his voice fell, he took out a dagger from his sleeve and was about to stab the fainted West City Lord on the ground, but he was pulled back by the people around him. Chapter 3743. The middle-aged man from the Yu family pulled the person beside him aside and asked Fan Lin, "Master Fan, why is the West City Lord here?" Fan Lin stood there, looking like an elegant, noble young master. With a smile on his face, he said, "When the West City Lord heard that your second master was still alive, he wanted to kill him. Earlier tonight, he had already sent a few cultivators over, but we quietly took care of them. I guess it's because those people didn't return to report, so he came over personally." Although he spoke so casually, the members of the Yu family felt their hearts jump out of their chests. It turned out that the West City Lord had not given up and wanted to kill their second master. And he had already sent a few people here. If they hadn't told them, they wouldn't have known at all. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel a little scared. At the same time, they were secretly shocked. The people of this medicine tower were unfathomable. They were able to quietly get rid of the people sent by the West City Lord. Even the West City Lord, who was vicious and ruthless, was hit by a stick and fell here. One could imagine their strength. Looking at the unconscious West City Lord on the ground, the Yu family members' eyes flashed. If it weren't for the fact that this was the medicine tower, if they killed the West City Lord, it would cause trouble for the medicine tower. They really wanted to kill the West City Lord with their own hands. After thinking for a while, the middle-aged man from the Yu family asked, "Master Fan, how do you plan to deal with the West City Lord? Kill him directly?" Huilang looked at Fan Lin and asked. If they could kill the West City Lord, he would give him another hit with the stick and make sure he stopped breathing. Fan Lin shook his head. "You can't kill him. He is the West City Lord, and the power behind him is not small. If he dies here, I'm afraid that trouble will follow." It wasn't that they were afraid of the West City Lord's revenge, but if a city lord died, the people of the Lingxiao immortal sect would definitely investigate. At that time, they were afraid of causing trouble for their master, especially when their master was about to give birth in a few months. They couldn't cause any trouble here. "Don't kill him. When he wakes up, he will still deal with the medicine tower." As Grey Wolf spoke, he waved the wooden stick in his hand. He suddenly felt that this wooden stick was quite handy to use. Fan Lin smiled. "No, he won't dare to deal with us openly." When he heard this, Grey Wolf thought for a moment and said, "All right, since I'm not going to kill him, I'll teach him a lesson. I'll teach him a lesson that he'll never forget." He chuckled and reached out to seal the acupoints on the unconscious West City Lord's body. Then, he dragged him with one hand and walked toward the front building. The two attendants in the building had personally dealt with the corpses. At this moment, they were still thinking about the sizzling sound that came from the corpses when the medicinal liquid was sprinkled on them. Then, the large corpses turned into a pool of blood in front of them. Thinking about this scene, their hearts couldn't help but shiver. They had been working here for a few months, and only today did they know that their cultured and refined young master could actually concoct such a frightening and terrifying liquid to destroy corpses and evidence. Although they were also cultivators, their cultivation wasn't high, and they weren't very old. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. At this moment, their hearts were still beating wildly. Chapter 3744. The body of the person being dragged was rubbing against the ground, not moving at all. If they hadn't seen his chest rise and fall as they approached, they would have thought that it was another corpse. However, when they looked up and saw the face of the West City Lord, they were so frightened that their eyes widened and their mouths fell open. Isn't this the West City Lord? Go about your business." Huilang glanced at the two of them and directly dragged the West City Lord to a corner. There, he took everything from him and took off his clothes, leaving only his underpants. When the two medicine attendants saw this scene, they were so frightened that their little hearts thumped. This was the West City Lord. If he was dead, it would be one thing, but he was not dead. What if he woke up? Just as they were thinking, they heard the black-clothed man in the corner shout at them. "You two, go to Fan Lin and get some ink that can't be washed off." The two of them looked at each other. There was such a thing? Puzzled, they walked to the backyard. Not long after, they really came back with ink and a pen and handed it to Hui Lang. The next morning, the entire Spirit Immortal City was in an uproar. This was because a piece of news had spread throughout the entire Spirit Immortal City early in the morning. Almost everyone knew that the West City Lord had been hung upside down on the competition stage. He had been stripped down to his underpants and had a turtle drawn on his face. Once the news spread, the people in the 4 districts of the Spirit Immortal City were shocked. That was the West City Lord. Who was so bold? Who had such great ability to humiliate the West City Lord like this? The small building in the middle of the lake was different from other places. It was quiet, very suitable for nurturing the baby. Early in the morning, Fengjiu walked around the mansion. After moving around, she came to a pavilion and sat down. Master, the West City Lord was tricked by Hui Lang. I'm afraid he won't let it go. Moreover, the incident happened in the Medicine Tower. After today, the Medicine Tower will be targeted by the West City Lord. Lung Hua poured a glass of water for her and then stood to the side, telling her about the news that had spread outside in the morning. Don't worry, they will take care of it. Fengjiu drank the water in his cup and said, What's more, he has already fallen into the hands of Hui Lang. If this West City Lord knows what's good for him, he should swallow this loss. If he doesn't know what's good for him and wants to make a move on them, they can just drag West City Lord down and push someone else up. Hearing this, Lung Hua couldn't help but smile. This was their master. No matter what, he was always so confident. By the way, Master, we've received news that there are 3,000-year-old elixirs being auctioned in the city today. One of them seems to be the single-leaf rainbow flower that Master asked us to look for. I plan to go take a look later. If it's really the single-leaf rainbow flower, I'll bid for it. An auction in the city? Fengjiu rested his chin on his hand and said, I've been here for so long and haven't really gone out. Since there's an auction, I'll go with you. There are many people there. Now that Master is pregnant with little Master, are you afraid? Lung Hua was a little hesitant. Fengjiu smiled. It's okay. The baby is very normal now. It's okay even if he fights with people, let alone just go and watch the fun. Chapter 3745. Master, have a bowl of porridge. Lung Shuang came over with the porridge and placed a tray in front of Fengjiu. Fengjiu ate the porridge and seemed to think of something. She said to Lung Shuang, Fan Lin and Hui Lang will probably stay in the medicine building for a while. Later, let Qin Xian go to the medicine building as well. Let her learn from Fan Lin how to make medicine. Yes, Lung Shuang replied. She stood there and did not leave. After arriving here, the people around her master began to expand their power. Only she and her brother, Lung Hua, stayed by her master's side. He was always in the dark and rarely appeared in front of others. Although the others came back sometimes, most of them had to patrol the properties. Even Bai Qingxing was in charge of one of the properties and was responsible for gathering information. After being here for a few months, the only thing she was worried about now was her master's delivery. She only hoped that when the child was born, her master would have a safe and smooth delivery. After Lung Hua arranged everything, Fengjiu took the 2 of them out. The others wanted to follow, but were rejected by her. After all, in addition to Lung Hua and Lung Shuang, Yi was in the dark. It was enough. The news of West City Lord being hung upside down and stripped naked spread like crazy in the city. In the West City Lord's mansion, West City Lord was rescued and brought back to the mansion. He rubbed his face until it turned red, but he could not get rid of the damn tortoise pattern on his face. Bang! In a fit of anger, he picked up the wash basin and smashed it on the ground. The water in the basin splashed everywhere, instantly turning the room into a mess. He angrily strode out, but as if he had thought of something, he went back into the room and rummaged through it. Finally, he took out a mask and put it on his face. Only then did he leave with a sinister look on his face. Gather the people for me. I'm going to destroy that medicine tower. In the West City Lord's hall, his malicious eyes were filled with ruthlessness and bloodthirstiness. His sinister voice was filled with a monstrous rage. Every time he thought about how he had made such a big fool of himself and how everyone in the city was talking about and laughing at him, He could not wait to exterminate everyone in the medicine tower. Leave no one alive. Killing intent filled the hall, causing everyone in the hall to hold their breaths. Among them, 2 old men and 2 middle-aged men looked at each other and signaled each other to step forward. What are you waiting for? Immediately gather everyone in the West City Prefecture. I want everyone in the medicine tower to die. He clenched his fist and slammed it heavily on the table. His voice, which contained the aura of spiritual power, almost spread throughout the entire West City Lord Mansion. Seeing this, the 2 old men sighed and stepped forward. City Lord, this is not appropriate. Inappropriate? The West City Lord narrowed his eyes. His malicious gaze seemed to want to swallow the old man alive. You think it's okay to let a small medicine house humiliate me like this? It's not that I don't know who did it. I know who did it, so why can't I kill him? Do you want to swallow this anger? His tone was heavier than the previous one. His voice was filled with thunderous anger, and it was like a muffled thunder that smashed into everyone's hearts, causing their eardrums to hurt. A powerful coercion accompanied his anger, causing everyone in the hall to break out in cold sweat. Even sitting down, they felt frightened. Chapter 37:46. Hearing this, the West City Lord's malicious eyes narrowed. What do you mean? The 2 old men did not speak directly, but said to the others in the hall, You can leave first. We have something to discuss with the City Lord. When everyone heard this, they could not help but look at the City Lord. The West City Lord looked at the 2 old men and finally waved his hand. Leave. Yes. Everyone responded and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After everyone else left, the West City Lord stared at the 2 old men and said, Speak. I'd like to see what you can say. No matter what they said, he would definitely not take this lying down. The 2 old men looked at each other, and then one of them asked, The City Lord went to the medicine tower to kill the 2nd master of the Yu family? Hearing this question directly, the West City Lord's eyes flashed slightly. He stared at the old man and said, That's right. The 2nd master of the Yu family deserves to die. The medicine tower that saved him deserves to die even more. City Lord, you went there secretly. If this matter is exposed, I'm afraid that the City Lord's reputation will plummet. This matter can't be brought up directly. What's more, the medicine tower is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The City Lord really doesn't need to sacrifice himself or even the power of the entire West City Guard for this. The other old man on the other side sighed softly and said, With the City Lord's strength, if the medicine tower was an ordinary place, the City Lord alone could destroy it with one hand. But obviously, this medicine tower is not an ordinary place. There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Even the City Lord is no match for them. If we face them directly, we can only be at a disadvantage, and the consequences are unimaginable. Listening to the words of the 2, the West City Lord's malicious eyes flashed slightly. He was silent and did not speak, as if he was thinking about their words. After a long time, he calmed down and leaned back in the chair behind him, asking, What do you think? The old man saw that his tone was slightly relaxed and hurriedly said, City Lord, we have ways to get rid of them. There's no need to do it personally. Yes, we can borrow a knife to kill them, and we can also buy their lives. The other person also said. Hearing this, the West City Governor's mood gradually improved. He looked at the 2 of them and nodded. Well said. If you want to kill them, why would you need to make a move against the forces of the West City? If this City Lord wants to kill them, there are plenty of ways. As soon as he finished speaking, a wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed through his malicious eyes, and he said, Then I'll leave this matter to you. The top assassin organization is Night Flame. Go buy their lives. I want them to bring their heads to me. Don't worry, City Lord. We will contact Yi Yin as soon as possible to buy the lives of those people in the medicine building. The 2 old men said. After cupping their hands, they left. On the other side, in the East City Lord's mansion, everything in the mansion was being cleaned up. The clansmen of the previous City Lord had already moved out early in the morning. Inside and outside, Chi Kong had ordered people to reorganize everything. In addition, Du Fan was here to help, so it was much more convenient to deal with everything. After finally resting for a while, Chi Kong and Du Fan found a pavilion to sit down and discuss some matters. Before they finished their tea, they saw Duan Yunhe walking towards them. Chapter 37:47. Du Fan and Chi Kong raised their eyebrows at the same time. They looked at the confident Duan Yunhe and asked, "What do you mean?" Duan Yunhe walked forward and sat down before he said, "The city governor of the Western District has an elder who's the peak master of the High Firmament Celestial Sect. Aren't you afraid that he'll take revenge on you for attacking him?" Chi Kong had been busy with the matters in the city governor's mansion and had not heard anything about what had happened outside. Although Du Fan did not know what had happened, he remembered that his master had sent Hui Lang to the medicine pavilion when Duan Yunhe mentioned the Western District governor. What happened to the city governor of the Western District? Du Fan took a sip of tea and asked curiously. Duan Yunhe glanced at the two of them and paused for a moment before he said, "This morning, the city governor of the Western District was hung on the competition stage. He was stripped down to his underwear and a turtle was drawn on his face. The news has spread like wildfire. Everyone is trying to find out who did it." "Oh, so that's how it is." Du Fan smiled, but there was no surprise on his face. Only their people would do such a thing. Duan Yunhe shook his head when he saw that the two of them did not seem to care about this matter. He said, "I'm here to bid farewell. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't be staying here for long. If you need any help in the future, you can look for me." He handed his identity jade token to them as he spoke. Chi Kong thought for a moment before he accepted the identity jade token. "Thank you." Although he did not think that he would need it much, he still owed Duan Yunhe a favor. Duan Yunhe seemed to have something to say, but he did not know how to say it. In the end, he stood up and said, "We'll meet again someday. We'll send you off," Chi Kong said as he stood up. Du Fan also stood up when he saw this. He smiled at Duan Yunhe and said, "We don't know each other anymore. I'll treat you to a drink the next time we meet." Hearing this, Duan Yunhe smiled. "Then I'll remember it." Chi Kong and Du Fan walked him out of the city lord's mansion. After watching his figure disappear into the distance, the two of them returned. As they walked, Chi Kong asked, "Who did this?" Who else could it be?" "It must be Hui Lang." Du Fan gently fanned the fan in his hand and said, "I thought that the West City Lord would only send someone over. I didn't expect him to go over himself. It's already good that Hui Lang didn't cripple him. After all, he's the lord of the city. You've seen how many things have happened here. A city lord has a lot of forces behind him. It's easy to cripple him, but it's not easy to deal with the trouble behind him. They probably thought of this point, so they didn't kill him." Chi Kong walked inside with his hands behind his back, slowly analyzing the situation. "Although you've taken over here, if you want the people under you to obey you, you'll probably have to put in a lot of effort. Do you need me to ask Master to send someone over to help you?" Du Fan asked. Then just send a lot of people over. I'm preparing to retrain the city guards in the East District and pick out a group of elite guards." The two of them chatted as they walked. When they returned to the pavilion, they sat down and continued to discuss matters. Chapter 37:48. Knock, knock. A sound came from outside the door. Lung Hua walked forward and opened the door halfway. Looking at the middle-aged manager outside, he asked gently, "What's the matter?" The manager of the Southern City Auction House looked at the half-open door and the gentleman standing inside. His eyes flashed slightly as he smiled and said, "Young Master Lung, I've sent you a number plate and a list of items to be auctioned later." From the corner of his eye, he faintly caught a glimpse of a red figure in the room. According to the people in the auction house, the madam in red was pregnant. Her face was covered by a light veil, so her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, her bearing and bearing were extraordinary. Beside her were this young Master Lung and a woman in black. "Thank you." Lung Hua took it and glanced at the items in his hand. "If there's anything else you need, just let me know." The middle-aged manager bowed and left without looking too much. After he left, Lung Hua closed the door and brought the items to the table in front of Fengjiu. "Master, this is the list of items to be auctioned." Fengjiu propped her head with one hand and flipped through the items recorded on the list with the other. When she saw a few rare spiritual herbs, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. This spirit-immortal city is really extraordinary. They even have the means to get such spiritual herbs. After looking through the items that were going to be auctioned, she told Lung Hua to bid for the items that were going to be auctioned off. However, while they were waiting for the auction to begin, they heard angry shouts and comforting voices coming from outside. My family has been working with you for so long, and now you're saying that you don't have a private room? Is this how you do business? In the corridor, a man in his 30s dressed in brocade roared angrily at the middle-aged manager. Beside him were two young men, a middle-aged man, and 3 servants. Hee, young Masterly, I'm really sorry. You know that our private rooms have to be reserved in advance. There's so many people, and we only have 4 private rooms. Now that there are distinguished guests inside, we really can't make room for you. The middle-aged manager maintained a smile on his face. As he comforted them, he said, How about this? Please take a seat on the auction stage. I'll arrange a seat for you at the front. If it were any other day, it would be fine. But today, I'm here with my friends. How can I sit down there? The man in embroidered clothes didn't appreciate it. His gaze swept across the 4 private rooms in front of him. He saw that there were 2 guards standing at the door of 3 of them, and only one of them was empty. Seeing this, his eyes flickered. As he walked toward the private room, he asked, Who's inside? As he spoke, he extended his hand to push open the door. However, when the middle-aged manager who had been standing to the side with a smile saw this, his figure flashed and instantly blocked the door of the private room, stopping the man from pushing open the door. Young Masterly, this is not appropriate. It will disturb our guests. As the middle-aged manager spoke, the smile on his face faded a little. He looked at them and said, The auction is about to begin. If young Masterly doesn't want to sit down below, you can leave first. Are you chasing us away? Young Master Li's face darkened, and his tone was filled with strong dissatisfaction. Chapter 3749. Hearing these words, young Master Li raised his chin and sneered, Today, I'm here on my father's orders to accompany a few old friends. Since that's the case, we can only invite young Master Li and the others to the first floor. The middle-aged steward gestured for them to enter. Seeing this, a man at the side smiled and said, Steward, we really have something to discuss. How about this? Can you ask the guests in this private room if they can let us have this private room? We can give them some compensation. The middle-aged steward's face twitched slightly when he heard this. He didn't even raise his eyes to look at the man. He just narrowed his eyes and gestured for them to enter. Why would a guest who could come here and be invited into a private room care about some so-called compensation? If he didn't even understand this point, he really couldn't be bothered to talk to him. Seeing that the middle-aged steward didn't move at all, as if he was asleep, didn't say a word, and didn't even raise his eyes, the man who spoke couldn't help but feel embarrassed. His face turned slightly red, and just as he was about to step forward, the middle-aged man pressed on his shoulder. Nephew Li, we're actually forcing you today. After all, there are no more private rooms available. Let's go to the first floor. It's fine, we're here for the auction, but for this private room. If we make a fuss, it'll make things difficult for the auction house. The middle-aged man smiled with a kind expression. He looked at the middle-aged steward and said with a smile, Then I'll have to trouble the steward to make the arrangements for us. Hearing this, the middle-aged steward raised his eyes to look at him and replied with a smile, That's what I should do. It's no trouble at all. He then said to the group, Everyone, please follow me. When the people in the private rooms heard the commotion outside, some shook their heads and ignored it, some chuckled and threw it to the back of their minds, and some even looked at it with contempt. In Fengjiu's private room, it was still quiet. This was because Fengjiu, who was originally sitting, was lying down on the soft couch. She squinted her eyes and smiled lazily like a cat. When the time came, the auction also began. Fengjiu was lying down facing the auction stage, so when the first item was placed on the stage, she looked at it. Although he was a bit far away, he was still a cultivator with a decent cultivation base. With his divine sense locked onto the object, he was able to roughly see what it was. Because she had instructed Lung Hua to bid for the item, she just watched. She watched as the auctioneer on the stage announced the starting price, followed by the sound of people bidding one after another. 23,000 crystals. Lung Hua called out the price. His voice came out from the window. However, the people below could not see him, but he could see the people below. 23,500 crystals. Someone raised the bid by 500 crystals, but Lung Hua's next bid silenced the crowd. 30,000 crystals, Lung Hua said, his voice spreading throughout the auction house. 30,000 crystal stones going once. 30,000 crystal stones going twice. 30,000 crystal stones going thrice. Again, the auctioneer looked at the private room on the second floor and said with a smile, "This Millennium Warm Jade was won by the guest in private room number 1 upstairs." Next is the second item to be auctioned. It's a 6th-level mid-grade spiritual medicine. The starting price is 3,000 crystal stones, and each increment must be no less than 500 crystals. Chapter 3750. 30,000 crystal stones was not a small amount, and the person in the private room on the second floor had used 30,000 crystal stones to buy a piece of 1,000-year-old warm jade that was only the size of an egg. That direct increase in price and that gentle and indifferent voice made people feel that 30,000 crystal stones was nothing in his eyes. To be able to spend so much money, it was likely that he was from a large family in the city. They looked sympathetically at the few young men sitting at the side. Just now, it was the young master of the Leaf family who was bidding for the Millennium Warm Jade. Unfortunately, with their family background, there was no way they could compete with a first-rate family. Not long after, the middle-aged steward personally came over with the Millennium Warm Jade to handle the handover. Lung Shuang opened the door and let him in. When the middle-aged steward came in, he saw that the veil on the woman in red's face had been removed. With just a glance, he was so shocked that he did not dare to take another look. "Madam, young Master Lung, this is the Millennium Warm Jade. Please examine it." He placed the Millennium Warm Jade on the tray in front of Fengjiu and bent down slightly to make it easier for Fengjiu to examine it. Fengjiu lifted the red cloth and took out the egg-sized piece of Millennium Warm Jade to examine. The warm feeling in her hand was very comfortable. The jade contained a pure aura of spiritual power. Although the jade was not big, the jade was transparent like water, and the emerald green color was very pleasing. She played with it in her hand and smiled. "Not bad. This is the Millennium Warm Jade. It's full of spiritual power and is worth the money." After holding it in her hand, she realized that this piece of jade was not expensive at 30,000 crystal stones. Something like this could only be encountered and not sought. If she carried it with her and nurtured it for a few years, it would be even more nourishing. As long as Master likes it. Lung Hua smiled and said to the steward, "Do I pass the bill here or at the counter? I'll have to trouble young Master Lung to walk a few steps. Because the bill is at the counter, I'm only responsible for delivering the auction item to the guest for inspection." Hearing this, Lung Hua nodded and said to Lung Shuang, "Sister, I'll have to trouble you to settle the bill. I still want to bid for the next item." "Okay," Lung Shuang replied. At this time, Lung Hua looked at the manager again and said, "We have a few items to bid for. Can you ask my sister at the counter to record the bill? We can pay after we bid for the items and leave." Of course, that's not a problem. "Miss, you can sign a contract with me first, and you can pay the bill after it's over." The butler hurriedly said with a smile as he gestured to Lung Shuang, "Miss, please." The steward was surprised. So they were a pair of siblings? Lung Shuang followed the steward out, while Lung Hua looked at the items being auctioned on the stage. As the bids from below grew higher and higher, fewer and fewer people were bidding. He saw the opportunity and opened his mouth to bid again. Lung Shuang, who followed the steward out, went to the counter on the first floor and went through the formalities. She took out 30,000 crystal stones and paid for the Millennium Warm Jade first. When the middle-aged steward saw her take out the crystal stones from her space, his eyelids twitched, and then he hurriedly helped her pay the bill. Finally, he smiled and said, "Miss, that's enough. You can pay for the rest when you leave." Wasn't this woman a servant? She could actually take out 30,000 crystal stones at once. How incredible. Okay. Chapter 3751. "I'm so sorry, miss. I didn't mean to bump into you." The man repeatedly apologized, but there was no trace of apology on his face. Instead, there was a hint of flirtation in his eyes. Lung Shuang's face turned cold, and a murderous aura burst out from her body. The strong, murderous aura startled the middle-aged steward, and he looked at her in astonishment. He was just about to send her back when he saw the three men walking over while chatting and laughing. It seemed that he had stumbled and bumped into her, and that man had taken advantage of her. Thinking of this, he looked at the cold face of the woman in black, and then at the man. He couldn't help but frown slightly. These hedonistic sons of rich parents were really too much. Lung Shuang's heart surged with anger. Because she didn't notice the murderous aura, and because she was careless, she didn't have time to dodge. When she thought of how she had been taken advantage of by the man in front of her, her frosty face became even colder. "Miss, you're so beautiful. Which family's young Mrs. Servant are you?" One of the three men saw that the beauty in front of him was wearing a tight black robe. The black robe outlined the curves of her body, and coupled with her frosty face, it was extremely seductive. Their eyes couldn't help but fill with amazement, and they even took a step forward. Looking at the way the woman in black was dressed, it was obvious that she wasn't a young miss of an aristocratic family. However, her temperament was extraordinary, and the more she was like this, the more seductive they felt. Lung Shuang didn't pay attention to the others. Her gaze fell on the man who had bumped into her and touched her. She coldly said, "Which hand did you use to touch me?" Hearing this, the three men were stunned. They looked at each other and laughed. It was as if they didn't notice Lung Shuang's murderous aura, and their faces were still full of ridicule. Especially the man who had taken advantage of Lung Shuang. The corners of his mouth curled up wickedly. He raised his right hand and said cheekily, "Miss, it was this hand that touched you. To be honest, you're, Before he finished speaking, the man let out a blood-curdling scream. His blood-curdling scream instantly resounded throughout the auction house, even overshadowing the sounds of the auctioneers shouting their bids. The people on and off the stage all looked in the direction of the voice in surprise. They only knew that it came from behind the counter, but they didn't know what had happened. However, the sound was too mournful. Some people still sent their attendants over to take a look. The people of the auction house also quickly came to the counter at the back. To be able to open such an auction house in this city, there was no need to mention the power of the owner. Just this auction house alone had many hidden experts. Therefore, generally speaking, no one would seek their own death by looking for trouble here. However, when they followed the sound to the counter behind the counter, they were all shocked by what they saw. A woman in black held a sword that was covered in blood, and a young man in luxurious clothes was seated before her. However, the man's right hand had been chopped off at the wrist, causing blood to splatter all over the ground. A severed palm that was covered in blood had fallen by the woman's feet. Chapter 3752. The man who was screaming on the ground was so frightened by this scene that his crotch was wet with sweat. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. The two men next to him were also shocked. At this moment, they clearly felt the terrifying killing intent in the air, which made them tremble with fear. The middle-aged steward was also shocked when he saw this scene. He didn't expect the woman in black to chop off the man's hand as soon as she made a move. He also didn't expect her to crush the severed hand with her foot. He only knew that this scene shocked him so much that even he, who had been in charge of the auction house for many years and had seen many scenes, was shocked. When the crowd who had rushed over saw this scene, they couldn't help but look at each other. They wondered in their hearts, who is this woman in black? How dare she make a move in the auction house? Does she want to die? They thought that the auction house's people would arrest her, but unexpectedly, the steward said to the crowd after recovering from his shock, "This is a personal grudge between the two of them. Everyone, please go back." Then he said to the two men who were scared pale, "You two, please send this young master back first." The two men's faces were pale, but they recovered at this time. One of them said, "He had an accident in your auction house. You want us to send him back like this?" As he spoke, the man looked at Lung Shuang and threatened in a trembling voice, do you know who he is? You dare to chop off his hand. His family won't let this go." Lung Shuang wiped her sword and glanced at him coldly. She turned around and walked back. However, she was stopped by someone after taking a few steps. "Miss, the auction house has its rules. You have made a move here, so I can only ask you to leave now." A middle-aged man stopped Lung Shuang and shook his head inwardly. In the end, she was still a woman. She was still a little impulsive. His family wouldn't let this go easily after she chopped off that man's hand. She was still too young to cause trouble on impulse. Lung Shuang heard this and frowned slightly. She looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and said, "I'll leave after I tell my master." Hearing this, the middle-aged man took a step back and let her pass. He then followed behind her to the second floor. Seeing them leave, the steward hurriedly ordered the people below to clean up the floor and quickly followed them to the second floor. The auction continued, but many people knew what had happened behind counter. They knew that if the people from that clan knew about it, they would definitely rush over. It was likely that the black-clothed woman would be killed on the spot in a short while. Since it had nothing to do with them, they just listened out of curiosity. Inside, they knew that even if chaos broke out, there would be people from the auction house to maintain the scene. As for fighting, they wouldn't be here. Therefore, they continued to look at the auction items on the stage with ease and continued to bid. She. Chapter 3753. When Lung Shuang heard this, his lips moved, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He just looked at Fengjiao. When Lung Hua heard that his sister had been taken advantage of after going downstairs, his gentle face turned cold. However, after hearing his master's words, he couldn't help but smile. "Go. Wait for us outside. There are still a few medicinal ingredients left. After bidding for them, we can go back," Feng Jiu said, motioning for her to leave first. She let Lung Shuang go out not because of anything else, but because she knew that the family of the man who had his hand chopped off by Lung Shuang should be arriving soon. After all, this was an auction house. She couldn't break the rules of others. Another reason was to let Lung Shuang handle this matter herself. "Yes," Lung Shuang replied. He said to Lung Hua, "Take good care, master." Then he turned and walked out. Outside, the middle-aged man who came with them but didn't go and stood outside the door. When he heard the unrestrained conversation from inside, the middle-aged man's mouth twitched. That master, he actually thought that chopping off one of the man's hands was too easy on him. He should have chopped off the man's offspring as well. What kind of master was he? Why did he not play by the rules? Just as he was thinking, the door opened. The woman in black walked out and closed the door. She didn't even look at him as she walked out. Seeing this, he glanced at the tightly shut door and quickly followed the black-clothed woman to the first floor. It was only when he saw her leave the first floor and stand quietly outside the auction house that he returned to his room. As they expected, the man's family quickly arrived with their men. The two people leading the way pointed at the woman in black standing outside the auction house and shouted, "That's her! That's her!" The middle-aged man in the lead looked forward with a cold gaze. When his gaze landed on the woman in black, a murderous intent burst out from his body. "Capture her! I'm going to chop off her hands to avenge my son." When the voice containing spiritual power sounded out, the four cultivators behind him quickly rushed forward. The other cultivators formed a circle around the woman to prevent her from escaping. Four figures dashed over and reached out to grab her shoulders. Lung Shuang narrowed her eyes and glanced at them. In a flash, the black figure disappeared from the spot. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of something that sounded like a kick rang out. The four cultivators who had rushed forward suddenly retreated. There was a footprint on each of their chests. The hidden force of the kick caused them to slow down for a while before they could catch their breath. However, the moment they moved, the pain in their chests assaulted them, causing their expressions to change greatly. "Useless trash," the middle-aged man in the lead angrily. He reached out his hand and grabbed Lung's throat. "I'll kill you." When Lung Shuang saw the middle-aged man's attack filled with killing intent, he moved and kicked out again. When the middle-aged man saw Lung Shuang move, he immediately retreated and began a fight with her. The two figures exchanged blows, and after a while, the middle-aged man let out a muffled groan as he was hit by a palm strike. He staggered backward. Chapter 3754. Which family servant are you? How dare you be so rude and impudent? Tell your master to come out. I want to ask him how he teaches his servants." The middle-aged man shouted angrily, suppressing his anger as he glared at Lung Xuan. Lung Xuan glanced at him indifferently and said, "You want to see my master? You're overestimating yourself. How dare you?" He bellowed angrily, and his voice, which contained a powerful pressure, rushed towards Lung Xuan. He wanted to use his pressure to suppress her, but she seemed unaffected by his pressure. Before he could speak again, he heard the black-robed woman's voice, which contained a powerful pressure. "If you don't want to die, leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll make you regret coming here," Lung Xuan said coldly as he glanced at the people around him. The threat was obvious. "One arrogant bitch," the middle-aged man scolded. Then he heard a slap. Slap. The sound of a palm wind slapping was very clear and crisp. That sound was heard by everyone in the surroundings. Each and every one of them stared at the black-clothed woman with wide eyes in shock. She stood there without moving a single step. However, she raised her hand and a gust of wind shot out from her palm. That gust of wind actually slapped the middle-aged man's face. The force of the blow was so great that his entire body instantly fell to the ground. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. "Master!" Those people cried out in alarm and quickly went forward to help him up. The middle-aged man was shocked. He never thought that one day he would be slapped by a little girl. Slapped by a servant? If he didn't tear her to pieces today, who would listen to him in the future? Master, are you okay?" The cultivators who helped him up quickly asked. The middle-aged man pushed them away and stared coldly at the woman in black. In the next moment, he moved his hand, and a sharp sword with a cold light appeared in his hand. He swung the sword, and Sword Chi instantly attacked Lung Xuan. Lung Xuan dashed forward the moment his sword struck out. She did not even draw her sword. Instead, she faced it with her bare hands. After all, with her strength, even if she did not use a weapon, that person would not be a match for her. Outside, the two of them were exchanging blows, each one filled with ruthless killing intent. Inside the auction house, the cultivators guarding the auction house on the top floor were using their divine senses to observe the fight. The more they watched, the more surprised they became. The master of the Qin family is no match for the woman in black. Yes, the woman in black is much stronger than him. It's just that in his rage, clan leader Chun didn't investigate carefully. He originally came to vent his anger for his son, but now even he himself is trapped in this mess. If he doesn't leave quickly, I'm afraid he won't live to see the sun tomorrow. The woman in black only needs to use her killing move. She'll take his life within 3 moves. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. The middle-aged man's body stiffened and his eyes widened. The sword in his hand fell to the ground. Master, seeing their family head killed, those cultivators were in a mess. Wasn't it said that she was just a little servant girl? How could she be so strong? Chapter 3755. I don't know which family she's from, but I saw her when she came in. She came in with a red-clothed madam, but the red-clothed madam didn't even show her face. She didn't even need to show her face. That black-clothed woman already took care of the matter. As one person spoke, he stroked his beard and sighed. It looks like the city won't be peaceful. There are so many people guarding Spirit Immortal City, so it's impossible for it to fall into chaos. However, after today, that black-clothed woman's reputation will probably spread far and wide. If the Qin family is tactful, they should suppress this matter. Otherwise, if they continue to cause trouble, their entire family will be wiped out. A few of the guards in the building were discussing what happened outside the auction house. When they found out that the black-clothed woman's master was in the private room, they couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Their master actually didn't show himself and allowed a servant girl to take care of the matter herself. Looking at the Chun family head lying on the ground with his throat cut, the guards of the auction house shook their heads and inwardly sighed. What a pity. A dignified family head was killed because of such a small matter. What a pity. Recently, I heard that many new forces have appeared in the city. Moreover, The people in charge of these forces are all very strong. However, their origins are mysterious, and no one knows where they came from. Who is their master? Outside, the Qin family members carried the corpse back and quickly left, not daring to stay for long. It could only be said that when they came, they were filled with grief and indignation, but now they didn't dare to stay. They quickly carried the corpse back. That black-clothed woman was too strong. They weren't her match at all. They could only hope that someone in the family could deal with her. However, when the Chun family members returned, they quickly went to invite their ancestor. Unexpectedly, the first thing their ancestor said was, "Chase them out. Scram to the branch family." "Old ancestor." The Chun family members looked at their ruddy but angry old man in astonishment. None of them expected him to give such an order. "Each of you go and receive 30 beatings. Remember this lesson." The old man coldly glanced at them, especially the family members of the Chun family. "Ancestor, ancestor, you must help the master," a woman cried as she knelt in front of the Chun family's ancestor. However, when the Dong family's ancestor saw this, his expression darkened. "Make the decision? What good son you raised. How many times have I told you? I told you to keep your temper in check, but none of you listened. Now that something has happened, you want me to make the decision?" Although he was the ancestor of the Chun family, he was not the biological father of the Chun family head, but his uncle. Therefore, when he heard that he had been killed, his first thought was to quickly arrange for another person to take over the position of the Qin family head. Moreover, he wanted to find out which family the black-clothed woman belonged to. Otherwise, he wouldn't know that he had formed a grudge. Feng Jiu, who didn't take this matter to heart, looked at the items on the table and revealed a satisfied smile. "These items are all in my hands. Go and settle the bill. Let's go back." As she spoke, she put the items into her space, packed up, and prepared to leave. However, when they opened the door, they saw a middle-aged man and an old man wearing the clothes of the auction house standing outside. Chapter 3756. The middle-aged man from the auction house smiled and looked past Lung Hua. His gaze paused on the lady in red for a moment before he looked away and said to Lung Hua, "Young Master Lung, we've already brought your carriage and the lady to the back door. You can leave through the back door. There are already many people watching the front door." Although the people in the auction house were curious about their identities, they knew that they couldn't afford to offend these people, especially after seeing the lady in black's shocking battle prowess. They knew that these people weren't ordinary people. Now that there were many people watching them, wanting to know their origins, the auction house was letting them leave through the back door to make things easier for them and avoid those people. Feng Jiu, wearing a veil, slowly walked out and said with a smile, "Since that's the case, many thanks." Seeing this, Lung Hua nodded and said to Feng Jiu, "Master, be careful of the doorway." Then he walked out with her. "I'll lead the way for you two," the middle-aged man said as he strode forward and led them to the back door. When they reached the first floor and were about to walk to the back door, a voice sounded. "The two of you, please wait." The middle-aged man leading the way was slightly surprised. He stopped and turned around to take a look. He saw a middle-aged man and 3 young men standing not far away. He said to Lung Hui and Feng Jiu, "You two, follow this straight and you'll reach it." As he spoke, he walked towards them and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Seeing that the lady in red and the man didn't even look back, the middle-aged man quickly stepped forward and shouted, "I want to exchange medicinal ingredients with you two. Are you interested?" Feng Jiu didn't look back and continued walking at a leisurely pace. Lung Hua looked back and smiled, not interested. Then he followed Feng Jiu to the back. Then, the middle-aged man still wanted to go forward, but he was blocked by the people from the auction house. "If you want to leave, please go through the front door," the middle-aged man from the auction house said as he gestured for him to leave. The 3 young men standing behind him looked at each other. One of them wanted to step forward, but when he saw the middle-aged man's sullen face, he couldn't help but withdraw his foot. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed when he saw the 2 of them leave. He looked at the auctioneer and asked, "May I know which mansion those 2 are from?" "No comment," the auctioneer said, still making an inviting gesture. When he saw this, the middle-aged man cupped his hands and left with the 3 people behind him. Several thousand-year-old elixirs had been bought by the same person. It could be said that many people had their eyes on the guest in the private room. Therefore, when they saw the auction house staff sending them out through the back door, some people also got up and left. At the back door of the auction house, Lung Shuang was waiting in a carriage. When he saw them, he went to help Feng Jiu into the carriage. She also got in the carriage to accompany him. Lung Hua was in charge of driving the carriage. The carriage slowly moved down a small path and left. After watching them leave, the two people from the auction house looked at each other and walked in. However, just as they entered, a few groups of people secretly followed behind them and headed toward the small path. Chapter 37:57. Do I look like someone who's afraid of trouble? Feng Jiu smiled and leaned against the carriage lazily. He covered his stomach with one hand and said, "Others are courting death. You're just sending them on their way. As the saying goes, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If others offend me, why should I endure? Besides, it's not like I can't beat them." Hearing her casual words, Lung Shuang's face softened. She was not a good talker, so seeing that her master didn't blame her, she was relieved. "Lung Shuang, you two have been with me for so many years, and I have many outstanding men and women around me. Don't tell me you two don't like any of them?" Feng Jiu looked at Lung Shuang with a smile, his face full of expectation. Lung Shuang was taken aback by the sudden change in topic. Her expression froze for a moment before she shook her head. No, she had never thought of this question. Moreover, just like what her master had said, there were too many outstanding men and women around her master. She had always been by the side watching and interacting with them, so she really did not have any feelings towards any outstanding men. After all, she had seen even more outstanding men. Feng Jiu took out 2 spiritual fruits from his space and threw one to her. He took a bite and said with a smile, "You should also take care of your marriage. If it wasn't for the fact that you and Du Fan are too familiar with each other, they would be a good choice. After all, they were all taught by me. Even the young masters of aristocratic families can't compare to them." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Lung Shuang's face. However, the smile disappeared as soon as it appeared. She frowned slightly and said, "Mistress, someone is following us." "Yes, they're following us from the auction house. They're probably after the things we bought," Feng Jiu said casually as he ate the spiritual fruit. "I'll go out and stop them," Lung Shuang said and put the spiritual fruit on the table. She opened the curtain and went outside. She said to Lung Hua, "Take master back first. I'll stop them and then go back." If they followed them back to the small house in the middle of the lake, the following days would not be peaceful. She had to stop them so that they wouldn't disturb her master. "Big sister, be careful," Lung Hua said as he watched her jump off the carriage and continue to drive the carriage forward. The several groups of people following in the dark were surprised to see a black-robed woman jump down from the carriage. Just as they were about to chase after her, they saw a flash of light in the woman's hand, and several sharp sword chi instantly attacked them. "Xiao! Xiao!" Several streams of sword chi flew out, forcing out the few groups of people hiding in the dark. The people who had jumped out from the shadows to avoid the attack appeared in a sorry state. Some of them were not fast enough, and their robes were cut by the chi blade. Some of them were shocked by the sword chi. For a moment, all of them stared angrily at Lung Shuang. "What are you doing? You're courting death." Because these people were originally in the auction house, they didn't know that the person who killed the Chun family head outside was the black-clothed woman in front of them. Now that their path was blocked and they were almost injured by her sword chi, their anger immediately surged. Lung Shuang pointed her sword at the ground. Her cold eyes swept across their faces and she said, "If you don't want to die, you'd better leave now." Chapter 37:58. Lung Shuang didn't say anything. Instead, he twirled the sharp sword in his hand and a cold light shot out. His murderous aura spread out like ripples in the water, startling the crowd and causing them to quickly retreat. "Don't ask about things you shouldn't know. You don't have the right to ask." Lung Shuang coldly swept his gaze over them and released a powerful aura. In the next moment, he swung his sword in front of him. Sword chi and dust flew into the air and spread out in all directions. When the dust and sword chi settled down, the crowd looked again, but the black-robed woman was nowhere to be seen. No one said anything. They only pursed their lips and looked at the sword mark on the ground. There was a lingering fear in their hearts. Outside the auction house, I heard that the person who killed the family head was a black-robed woman. Someone suddenly asked, as if thinking of something. Hearing this, the others looked at each other in dismay. It seemed so, but we were all inside and didn't see what the black-robed woman looked like. We only know that she chopped off a man's hand in the auction house before being asked to leave. The crowd fell silent. They seemed to have guessed something. They looked at each other and didn't say anything else as they left one after another. On the other side of the street, Lung Hua stopped at the side of the street. He bought some things from shop on the street and put them into the carriage. "Master, these pastries are freshly made and are still warm." Feng Jiu took them from the carriage and said, "Let's go. Let's go back to the residence." "Yes," Lung Hua replied and continued to drive the carriage away. When they reached the entrance of the residence, Lung Shuang followed them. "Master." She stepped forward to help Feng Jiu get off the carriage and said, "I've stopped all the people on the road, but I guess there will be a lot of people asking about Master. I think it won't be long before the news that Master lives here will be known by outsiders." After all, they were in Spirit Immortal City and didn't hide their movements. As long as they used their power to ask around, they would be able to find out about them. "It's all right," Feng Jiu said as he strode inside. He said indifferently, "Even if they know that we live here, they won't know who we are. This place is so closed off from the other continents. It's very difficult to find out about our origins." "Master, you're back." Du Fan, who was inside, saw Feng Jiu and the others come in and came forward with a smile. "Why are you back? Did you go to Chi Kong to help?" Feng Jiu asked as he walked inside. Chi Kang's side is almost done. Moreover, with the help of the immortal sex people, the handover will be easier. I saw that there was nothing else, so I came back to take a look. He fanned the fan in his hand and asked with a smile, "It's rare for Master to go out. I heard from the people in the manor that Master went to the auction house. Did you buy anything that you like?" "Yes, I did bid for a lot of good stuff." Feng Jiu smiled. After sitting down in the pavilion, she flipped her hand and took out the egg-sized Millennium Warm Jade. "Du Fan, take this Millennium Warm Jade and find an engraver to help me make a pair of jade pendants. I'm planning to let my children wear them in front of their chests. As for the design, I'll draw it for you later." Chapter 37:59. He handed the piece of jade to Feng Jiu and said with a smile, "Master, you should keep this piece of jade by your side for now. Once I've found an engraver and you've finished drawing the blueprint, I'll come and get it." Now that his master was pregnant, it would be good for her body to keep this piece of 1,000-year-old jade by her side. Moreover, he wouldn't be able to engrave it in a short period of time. Hearing his words, Feng Jiu was startled for a moment before she smiled. "That's fine too." She took the jade back and played with it in her hands, saying, "For the next few days, I'll probably stay in the alchemy department to refine pills. If you have any matters to attend to, you can deal with them yourselves. Also, you have to hurry up with the things I gave you." "Master, don't worry. The people below have been investigating, and we've also received news that the Devil Lord hasn't appeared during this period of time. The mainland over there is now a large piece of land, and nothing major has happened." Feng Jiu nodded and waved her hand, indicating for them to leave. She sat down in the pavilion to rest for a while. At this time, Lung Shuang came in with tea. After placing it on the table, he asked, "Master, do you want to go back and rest?" "No need. My body isn't that weak." Feng Jiu smiled. After taking a sip of tea, she stood up and walked toward the alchemy department. Seeing this, Lung Shuang hurriedly followed. In the alchemy department, Feng Jiu wasn't refining pills. Instead, she was concocting medicinal liquids. She was preparing to concoct medicinal liquids from the medicine she bought today with some of the herbs in her space. She was going to use it to protect Moses' heart and replenish his nutrients. Thus, as soon as she obtained the elixir, she threw herself into the quiet alchemy department to concoct medicinal liquids. Because there was no one to help her, she saw Lung Shuang standing guard outside the courtyard and called out, "Lung Shuang, come and help me." Now that she was pregnant with twins, it was inconvenient for her to move around. She was busy bending down to pick up things and so on. Soon, she was so tired that sweat seeped out of her forehead. Feng Jiu and Lung Shuang were busy and stayed in the alchemy courtyard for 2 days and 1 night. During these 2 days and 1 night, Feng Jiu did not rest at all. Seeing this, everyone in the residence was extremely anxious, but they did not dare to disturb her. After all, during the refining process, what Master disliked the most was to be interrupted. It was very likely that the refining of the medicinal liquid would be interrupted and fail. When Hui Lang returned to the residence and found out that Feng Jiu and Lung Shuang had stayed in the alchemy department for so long, he couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. Madam is still pregnant with little Master. Can her body take it if she doesn't rest? He paced back and forth outside the courtyard, looking in anxiously. However, there was no one in the alchemy courtyard. At this moment, the two of them were in the refining room, and no one outside could see them at all. This won't do. I have to find Fan Lin and ask if Madam's body can take this situation. Hui Lang said to Du Fan and Lung Hua. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Lung Hua's surprised voice. Master is out. When Hui Lang heard this, he hurriedly turned around and saw a door in the courtyard open. Feng Jiu, who looked slightly tired, was supported out by Lung Shuang. Seeing her, Hui Lang hurriedly went forward. Madam, how are you? Is your body all right? Quick, sit down and rest first. He hurriedly helped Feng Jiu to a chair at the side and sat down. Chapter 3760. Madam, do you want to eat something first? Or do you want to go back and sleep first? Hui Lang asked, worried that her body couldn't take it. Feng Jiu took a sip of the water handed by Long Wan, moistened her throat, and said, Let people prepare some food. I'll go back and take a bath before eating. Saying this, she stood up and said to Du Fan and the others, You don't have to stay here. Go do what you need to do. Yes. Du Fan and the others responded, looked at each other, and then left first. Feng Jiu returned to the courtyard and took a bath. She lay down and rested for a while, only to feel that her body was lying on the soft bed, and her whole body relaxed. She softly exhaled, and one hand instinctively stroked her bulging belly, and the corner of her mouth slightly revealed a smile. After resting for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the Lung Shuang outside came in with something. Master, eat a bowl of porridge first. Put on the table. Feng Jiu said, without opening her eyes, just let her put it down, and then motioned for her to leave. Lung Shuang put down the porridge, looked at her, and then retreated and closed the door. After a while, Feng Jiu got up and ate the porridge on the table, and then flashed into the space. She came to the ice bed, looked at the sleeping Xinyuan Mose, and couldn't help but reach out and touch his face. The cold feeling made her heart ache. He should have been by her side, but now, one by one, he was lying on this cold ice bed, sleeping soundly. Mose, don't worry. I refined a new medicine today. It should be good for your body. She said softly, leaned over, and kissed his lips. She took out the refined medicine. The transparent glass medicine bottle's blue liquid was flowing, and the spiritual aura inside could be faintly seen. She had used dozens of precious medicinal herbs to refine this bottle of medicinal liquid. In the end, she had only managed to refine half a bottle of medicinal liquid essence. Because it was a newly refined medicinal liquid, she didn't know how effective it would be. He could only let him try it out first while observing his physical condition. She twisted open the bottle, and in an instant, a strong medicinal fragrance assailed her nostrils. She gently opened his mouth and poured half of the medicinal liquid into his mouth. She raised his chin slightly and let the medicinal liquid in his mouth slide down his throat and into his body. She put away the remaining medicinal liquid and gently pressed her palm on his chest. Her spiritual force surged, helping him to unblock his meridians while guiding the spirit liquid he had consumed into every part of his meridians. Over and over again, she forced the black lotus chi in his body down. Then, she used silver needles to seal the acupuncture points on his upper body. She stayed here for the entire night. Because his body was lying on the ice bed, the cold air permeated the air. After one night, she also felt a little cold. She was worried that the cold would hurt the child in her womb. After helping him circulate his chi, she didn't dare to stay for long and first went to the side to regulate her breathing. In these few days, the people of Spirit Immortal City gradually spread the news that the mysterious people who lived in seclusion in the small house at the center of the lake in Spirit Immortal Alley in the Southern City District had bought many thousand-year-old spiritual herbs and treasure from the auction house a few days ago. Among them, the black-clothed woman who had killed the Chun family patriarch was from this small house at the center of the lake. Chapter 3761. No one had expected that the owner of the small house in the center of the lake, whom they had almost forgotten, would cause such a commotion at this time. What surprised them even more was that they knew that the owner of the small house in the center of the lake had been killed by the owner of the small house in the center of the lake. They also vaguely knew that the owner of the small house in the center of the lake was a pregnant woman in red. However, no one had ever seen the true face of the woman in red. No one knew what she looked like. No one knew who her husband's family was. No one knew which family she came from. They only knew that the people around her seemed to be very powerful. As for how powerful they were, the people of the various forces in Spirit Immortal City more or less had an idea, because before this, they had sent people to inquire about it, but none of them had returned. That evening, Fan Lin prepared to return to the small house in the center of the lake after tidying up the medicine house. After all, he had been here for the past few days and had not gone back to see his master and the others. He wanted to find time to go back today. There were not many people in the medicine house, so he went outside and said to Chin-Exan, I'm going back. I'll leave the medicine house to you. I'll come over tomorrow morning. Chin-Exan, who was flipping through a medical book, looked up at him and said with a smile, No problem. You can go back. You don't have to worry about me here. However, since you're going back today, it's my turn to go back tomorrow. I haven't seen my master for a few days, so I want to go back and see her. Fan Lin smiled. No problem. He glanced at the medical book in her hand, then took out a book from his sleeve and handed it to her, saying, This is a book I specially found. It contains some experience and convenience in midwifery. Take this book and read it. Okay, Chin-Exan replied and took the book. The reason she studied medicine was so that she could help her master deliver the baby. After all, Fan Lin was a man, and it was inconvenient for him to be present when her master delivered the baby. She and the midwives could only help her master deliver the baby naturally. However, her master was pregnant with twins this time, so they had to be careful. I'll ask Wei Lang to pass by when we get back, Fan Lin said. He then left through the back door after informing her. Although people in the city were secretly talking about the small house at the center of the lake, very few people knew that some of the forces that had risen in the city in recent months were from the small house at the center of the lake. Others didn't know about their relationship, and they didn't want others to know about it. Therefore, when they returned, they would be careful and try their best to avoid the eyes of others. However, when he left from the secluded path, there were already people watching him and following him. As one of the 8 captains of the Phoenix Guard, Fan Lin's main focus was on medicine. However, he did not fall behind in terms of cultivation. However, if he were to be compared to Gu Mo and the other 6 captains, his combat ability would naturally be inferior. He walked along the small path. Because the place was remote, he did not meet many people. Moreover, he also took a detour and did not go directly to the small house in the center of the lake. Therefore, when he knew that he was being watched, he was already prepared. In the dark, a dozen men in black stared at the elegant man who was walking slowly and frowned. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Is this person really our target? Chapter 3762. They actually used more than a dozen of us to kill a doctor. It's really a waste of talent, someone whispered. Someone said in a low voice. They felt that such an elegant doctor, even if he had some cultivation, could be easily taken away by any one of them. However, the organization had sent more than 10 of them here. It was really a waste of talent. He's finally out after 2 days. Since that's the case, I'll send him on his way. A black-clothed assassin said. He hid in the dark and stared at the slowly walking figure. He raised his hand and aimed it at Fan Lin. He pulled up his sleeves slightly, revealing a sleeve of arrows. The black-clothed man sneered. At the same time he pressed the mechanism, An almost inaudible sharp aura flew out with a murderous aura and shot straight at the back of Fan Lin's head. Whoosh! Fan Lin was still walking slowly. He heard the sound coming from behind him and released his divine sense. When he felt that the attack was only a meter away from him, he turned around unexpectedly. With a flick of his sleeve, an invisible force surged out and deflected the arrow. Whoosh! Hiss! The sharp sleeve arrow turned back with a swoosh. If it was any other time, it would not be difficult for these assassin organizations to avoid it. However, they had all underestimated their enemy. No one thought that the sleeve arrow would be reflected back. Thus, when they reacted, the sleeve arrow had already shot into the black-clothed man's forehead with a swoosh. A trace of blood seeped out and slid down. The black-clothed man's eyes widened in shock. He stared straight ahead. However, his body lost its balance and fell down. Bang! The sound of the corpse falling to the ground woke the others up. The dozen or so people were shocked. They quickly recovered and leaped out to surround Fan Lin. At this moment, the dozen or so top assassins no longer had contempt in their eyes. There was only a strong sense of fear and caution. Kill! As the cold word kill fell, the dozen or so figures quickly rushed out. The sharp swords in their hands were gleaming with cold light as they slashed across the ground, splashing cold, murderous aura. Fan Lin still had a refined smile on his face. He stretched out the hand in front of him, and a long sword slid out from under his sleeve. In the next moment, the long sword in his hand met the attacks of the black-clothed assassins. Clang! Whoosh! Swish! The clanging sound of swords clashing against each other was accompanied by sparks. The murderous aura contained in the sharp sword aura spread out in the air. As a black-clothed assassin was killed, the smell of blood in the air also rushed into his nose. Swish! Under the refraction of the cold sword, a biting cold light flashed, and the sharp sword aura, accompanied by the pressure, suddenly attacked the black-clothed assassins, shocking them in an instant. It was also at this moment that the shadow of the sword flashed past, and with a strange and unpredictable speed, it slashed across the throat of the black-clothed assassin and sealed his throat. Bang, bang, bang. Black figures fell to the ground one after another. The assassins in black stared at the scene in front of them with their eyes wide open. It was as if they had never thought that the elegant man was such a cold-faced Rakshasa. When the remaining two assassins in black saw this scene, they were so shocked that cold sweat seeped out. They retreated, wanting to escape and tell the organization that this elegant man was simply a god of death. Chapter 3763. A sharp sword stained with blood pierced through their dantian. After the sword pierced through the other person, the force behind the sword retreated and pierced through the other person, piercing the two of them together. Blood dripped down from the wound of the sword. There was no trace of blood on the black clothes, but the drops of blood on the ground were dazzling and eye-catching. Fan Lin put one hand behind his back and walked forward step by step until he was in front of the two men. He held the hilt of the sword with one hand and said gently, "I haven't killed anyone for a long time, so I'm a little rusty. I'm sorry to let you die an ugly death." As soon as his voice fell, the sharp sword in his hand was pulled out. At the same time, blood splashed out, and the two men fell to the ground. He wiped the sword in his hand and put it away. Then, he looked at the corpses on the ground. After collecting their belongings, he took out a bottle of medicinal liquid and poured it on the corpses. Sizzle. A sizzling sound was heard, and wisps of smoke rose from the ground. The corpses turned into a pool of blood in front of him, leaving only a pile of clothes on the ground. He suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction, revealing an inexplicable smile. The middle-aged man who was following him in the dark felt his heart tremble when he saw this. A chill ran up from the soles of his feet, and he couldn't help but shudder. He knew that he was here. This discovery shocked him to the core. He was a peak immortal venerable expert. Logically speaking, Fan Lin shouldn't have been able to discover him. After all, even those assassins didn't know that he had been following them. However, Fan Lin looked precisely at the place where he was hiding and even revealed a smile. After seeing him kill people and destroy the corpses, the The smile in his eyes was like the smile of the god of death. It was incomparably strange and made him retreat instinctively, not daring to follow him in the dark anymore. Fan Lin smiled faintly and retracted his gaze. After destroying the corpses, he lowered his head and looked at his robe. When he saw a trace of blood splashed on the hem of his robe, he couldn't help but sigh softly. I have to go back and take a bath first before I can meet my master. Then, he continued to walk forward leisurely. At the same time, he was calculating the income of the medicinal tower during this period. It was completely different. His smile had frightened a peak immortal venerable expert to the point that he broke out in cold sweat. The middle-aged man, who was frightened by Fan Lin, quickly returned to the mansion with shaky steps. He sat down in the main hall of the mansion, picked up the slightly cold water on the table, and poured himself a cup. After gulping down a few cups of water, he finally calmed down. "Brother he? What's wrong? What's wrong? Why is your face so pale?" A middle-aged man walked in with large strides. Seeing the middle-aged man desperately drinking water and gasping for breath and pale face, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. "Old Li, the people in this medicine tower are not to be trifled with. It's best if you don't provoke them." The middle-aged man with the surname, he said to the other middle-aged man after catching his breath. "Bye." Chapter 3764. But that medicine. We can only look for it again, but we can't start with the people in the medicinal tower. Let's find out more. The man with the surname, he patted his shoulder and said, "I'll go back and rest first. I'll be leaving tomorrow." "You're leaving?" The middle-aged man was surprised. "Yes, I came here for the spiritual medicine. Now that the spiritual medicine has fallen into the hands of others, I can only ask around." As he spoke, he did not stay any longer and walked towards the backyard. Others were not like him and did not know how frightened he was at this moment. Even his back was drenched in cold sweat and his palms were cold. Over the past few days, aristocratic families in the city had visited the South City governor to ask about the origins of the owner of the small house in the middle of the lake. Even the West City governor and North City governor had invited him for a drink to find out about the origins of those people. In the governor's mansion, the South City governor looked at the horizon with his hands behind his back. When he thought of the two people who came to the governor's mansion that night, he could not help but sigh softly. He was not the only one who wanted to know who those people were. He also wanted to know who lived in the small house in the middle of the lake. However, they had already agreed not to disturb them unless it was absolutely necessary. When he thought of the miraculous effects of the pill, his eyes flashed. The person who could produce such a pill must have unfathomable power. He knew that he must not become enemies with them. At the same time, after Fan Lin returned to the small house in the middle of the lake, he went to Fengjiu and told her about the medicine he had refined and some things about the medicinal tower. Then he said, "Master, I heard that someone had seen the Shuel Ling flower in the savage wilderness fearsome lands." Fengjiu, who was flipping through the medicine book, immediately raised her head when she heard this. "There's news about the Shuel Ling flower? Is the news reliable? It should be very reliable. I heard about it from the people in the 1st Mercenary Corps. It was said that a family had set their eyes on the Shuel Ling flower. However, the Shuel Ling flower's guardian beast was too powerful. More than 20 people died, and they still could not pick the Shuel Ling flower. At that time, the people in the 1st Mercenary Corps were not far away, so they saw the scene." Hearing this, Fengjiu closed the book in her hand and looked at Fan Lin. "Get someone to make the arrangements. I want to go to the savage wilderness." Upon hearing this, even Leng Hua, Leng Shuang, and the others were slightly startled. Leng Hua said, "Master, we can send people to pick the spirit medicine you want. You're pregnant now, so it's not suitable for you to go to that kind of place. Master, you have to take care of the baby." Leng Shuang also spoke up, worried that his master would really go personally. Fengjiu shook his head and smiled. "No one can replace me. I have to go personally." Fan Lin's expression turned serious as he asked, "Master, is there no other way? Can we preserve the Shuel Ling flower and send it back? You're familiar with the medicinal properties and medical knowledge of spirit medicine. You should also know that the Shuel Ling flower can only be harvested when the first ray of sunlight appears in the morning to maximize its medicinal effects. Furthermore, it must be refined into medicine within 2 hours after it's harvested. Otherwise, the medicinal effects will be lost. Another thing is that the shui ling flower blooms only once a year. If we miss this opportunity, we'll have to wait until next year. Master, are you harvesting the shui ling flower to refine the spirit medicine for the Yama Lord? Leng Hua asked. Perhaps only the Yama Lord could make his master act this way. Chapter 3765. Hearing her words, they fell silent. After a long time, Leng Hua said, "Since that's the case, I'll make the arrangements." "Yes, you go and make the arrangements first. Also, inform the others. However, they don't have to come with us. We need people here," Feng Jiu said slowly. After thinking for a while, he looked at Fan Lin. "You said that you've seen the people from the first mercenary group?" Fan Lin replied, "Yes. In order to confirm the news, I specially went to ask their leader." Feng Jiu thought for a while and said, "The leader of the first mercenary group, the one called Genie Feng?" "Yes." "Well, since that's the case, you go and discuss with him. We'll hire them to go to the savage wilderness." Hearing this, Fan Lin paused and glanced at Leng Hua before saying, "Yes, I'll go there later." "When do you plan to leave, Master?" "Tomorrow." Thus, following her decision, Leng Hua, Fan Lin, and the others began to prepare. That night, they called everyone back and told them to pick out a few people who could travel with their master. "Master, you only plan to bring a few people to the savage wilderness?" Chi Kong, who had rushed back from the East City Lord's mansion, looked at Feng Jiu and said worriedly, "Master, I'm afraid you won't be back so soon. You're going to give birth in a few months. If you go out at this time, won't you? The first mercenary group will escort us to the savage wilderness. Together with Du Fan and the others, it'll be enough," Feng Jiu said casually. After all, they came from that place. Even if it was dangerous, it was nothing to them. Chi Kang's expression turned serious. He looked at Feng Jiu and said, "Why don't I arrange the things at hand and go with you, Master?" If Master was not pregnant, it would be one thing. But now that she was pregnant and had to go to such a dangerous place, it was really worrying. Feng Jiu smiled. "You just took over the East City District. You can't leave, and you can't leave. Don't worry. With them around, it'll be fine." She paused and stroked her bulging belly with one hand. She smiled and said, "Besides, this is my child. I know what to do." "Then Master should bring 2 midwives with you on this trip, just in case," Chi Kong added. Hearing this, Feng Jiu burst out laughing. She looked at Chi Kang's frozen face and shook her head. She jokingly said, "Chi Kong, you'll get old easily if you keep worrying about this and that. Also, I've already said that I'll be gone for at most 2 months. If I'm fast, I'll be back in about a month and a half. I've only been pregnant for about 5 months. I won't give birth so soon." In order to prevent him from continuing, she waved her hand and smiled. Okay, I asked you to come back tonight just to tell you that you have a lot of things to do in the East District. Go back." Seeing this, Chi Kong opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. He just looked at Du Fan and Leng Hua and said, "Then I'll go first. You have to take good care of Master." "We know," they responded. "Master, I'll go first." He bowed to Feng Jiu and left. Chapter 3766. Fan Lin didn't stay long because he had to go out. That night, he went to the first mercenary corps to find Genie Feng to discuss the matter of going to the savage wilderness. Leng Shuang and Leng Hua spent the night preparing the things they needed for the journey. By the time everything was settled, it was almost dawn. Leng Shuang entered the mansion as soon as the sky brightened. Compared to the busy people, Feng Jiu took a nap. Hence, after breakfast, he took Leng Hua and the others out of the city in a carriage. On the mountain road outside the city, the first mercenary corps was already waiting there. They arrived early and had been waiting for a while, but the person they were waiting for didn't come out. One of the mercenaries couldn't help but ask, "Leader, that person only told us to wait here. Who is our employer? Why isn't he here yet?" Genie Feng, who was resting under a tree, didn't open his eyes. He said, "Just wait. You'll know in a while." "Leader, we only picked 20 of our brothers to go to the savage wilderness. Will something happen?" One of the men couldn't help but ask. Although they had been to that kind of place more than 10 times, they had never dared to rush in with only 20 people. However, the person who gave the mission said that they didn't need so many people and only needed to pick 20 people to go with them. They really couldn't figure it out. Hearing this, Genie Feng opened his eyes. His hands were still wrapped around the sword in front of his chest. He didn't move and just looked at everyone. Our mission is to lead the way and protect. If we really meet with danger that we can't solve, the employer will probably help us. However, whether they have the ability to do so, I'll make the final decision after meeting them. Leader, what if the employer isn't strong enough? Do we still accept this mission? A mercenary asked. If they don't have the ability to do so, then this mission is invalid and half of the commission they paid will go to us. So, overall, we won't lose anything. Let's wait and see, Genie Feng said, thinking as he waited. The person who came to talk to him was a man named Fan Lin from the medicine tower. When he told him about the strange rules and the mission, he was surprised. But last night, he didn't tell him how many people their employer would bring with them. And how strong was he? However, the commission he had to pay was considerable. Therefore, he was looking forward to this mission. Leader, after this mission is completed, we won't have to go out for missions this year, right? A man asked with a smile as he looked at the leader under the tree. Yes, we can rest after this mission. It's almost the end of the year. Genie Feng looked at them and asked, have you sent the commission back home? Hearing this, a burly man grinned. I got last night and sent it back. My wife was worried when she got the commission and kept asking me about it. She even prepared this for me. He patted his chest, and a clanging sound could be heard. It seemed to be something like black iron. Chapter 3767. The commission this time is high. The other brothers are envious that we were chosen. What a pity. The employer only asked for 20 people. Another mercenary said. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a carriage slowly approaching. He immediately stood up and shouted, Captain, look, there's a carriage coming. Could it be the employer of this mission? Genie Feng, who was under the tree, heard this and looked towards the city gate. He then stood up and shouted in a low voice, line up. As soon as he finished speaking, the team quickly lined up in 2 straight rows. The carriage slowly approached. The driver was Leng Hua. Qin Xin and Leng Shuang sat in the carriage with Feng Jiu. On the left and right were Du Fan, Gu Mo, Hui Lang, and Luo Yu. They were all in the dark. Ying had not appeared yet. Captain Jean. Du Fan gently fanned himself with the fan in his hand as he walked towards Genie Feng. He smiled and said, we'll have to trouble you on this journey. Genie Feng looked at them. His eyes flashed as he asked, just a few of you? He originally thought that it would be a group of a clan. However, he didn't expect that there would only be 1 carriage and only a few people. His brows slightly furrowed for a moment. It must be known that there were less than 30 people, including them. It wouldn't be easy for such a group to go into the depths of the savage wasteland. We have enough people. Du Fan smiled. He looked at Genie Feng and said, let me introduce myself first. I am Du Fan. This is Leng Hua, Gu Mo, Hui Lang, and Luo Yu. Du Fan paused. He looked at him and asked, how does Captain Jean plan to go into the savage wilderness? Hearing his introduction, Genie Feng looked at them. He then looked away and said, the savage wilderness is extremely dangerous. I want to know how much strength you have to protect yourselves. Our strength is above all of you, Du Fan said with a smile. It was obviously the truth. However, in the ears of the 20 mercenaries and Genie Feng, they felt that he was being arrogant. After all, they didn't believe that their strength would be stronger than mercenaries who had been out on missions all year round. Young Master Du, the savage wilderness ominous ground is not an ordinary place. If you are not careful, you might even lose your life inside. I hope that before Genie Feng could finish speaking, he paused. This was because the man in front of him, who had a concerned smile on his face, had suddenly released a powerful pressure. This pressure instantly stunned him, causing him to be unable to speak. He only knew that the blood in his body was surging with the pressure, and other than him, no one else around him had noticed. To be able to release the pressure only to himself, to be able to control it without making a sound, just what kind of cultivation level did he have to be to be able to control such pressure so proficiently. His heart suddenly shook, and sweat seeped out of his forehead. After a while, the pressure that was as heavy as Mount Tai retracted. His legs couldn't help but soften, and he almost fell down. Commander Jean, our men are more than capable of protecting themselves. You don't have to worry about them. Du Fan reached out to help him up with a smile on his face. Jean Yifeng calmed himself down and said, I understand. Then let's set off. However, if we want to go to the savage wilderness ominous ground from here, I suggest that flying will save more time. Chapter 3768. Without waiting for Du Fan to step forward, Lung Hua, who was driving the carriage, got off first and lifted the curtain of the carriage. Jean Yifeng and the rest looked towards the carriage and saw a woman in black walk out with her head lowered. She jumped off the carriage, followed by a woman in white who also walked out with her head lowered, avoiding the roof of the carriage. Looking at the two women, they thought, the former is dressed in tight black clothes and has a cold and intimidating aura. She seems more like a personal bodyguard. The latter is dressed in white and has an outstanding appearance and temperament. Could she be the master they spoke of? Just as he was thinking, he saw the two beautiful women, one in black and one in white, lift the curtain of the carriage, and the other supported a red-clothed woman from inside. However, when they saw the red-clothed woman, they couldn't help but be startled, and their faces were filled with astonishment. The reason for that was because the red-clothed woman's figure was round and her belly was slightly bulging. From the looks of it, she should be several months pregnant. Yet, such a woman actually came out from the carriage. Could it be that she was also someone who was going to the savage wilderness, ominous grounds? Young Master Du, you can't be telling me that this madam is going as well, right? Jean Yifeng's expression darkened. He felt that this was child's play. How could a pregnant woman go to such a dangerous place? That's right. Du Fan replied with a smile and introduced, This is my master. Commander Jean, you can address my master as Madame Xianyuan. She's already several months pregnant, but she needs the Shuel Ling flower, so she has no choice but to go out. If possible, they didn't want their master to come out like this. After all, they couldn't be at ease going to such a place. Jean Yifeng's face darkened as he said, Even cultivators like us have to be extremely careful in that kind of place, and we don't dare to say that there won't be any accidents. You actually want to bring a pregnant woman in? You're trying to kill her. Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled, and her clear eyes fell on Jean Yifeng. She slowly said, Commander Jean, there's no need to worry. Although I'm pregnant, it won't stop me from entering the ominous, desolate grounds. Hearing the voice, Jean Yifeng turned around and looked at the lady in red. His eyes flashed, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He had traveled extensively and had seen many beauties. The cold and elegant woman in tight black clothes and the gentle woman in white clothes were both rare beauties, but compared to the woman in red before him, they seemed to pale in comparison. Even though the woman before him was pregnant, her peerlessly beautiful appearance was exquisite and seductive. Her languid expression carried a wisp of charm, and when her clear eyes swept over, they flowed with a moving brilliance. However, even though her appearance was peerlessly beautiful and her figure could topple cities, it caused others to not have the slightest thought of profaning her. It was all because she possessed a peerlessly noble and awe-inspiring aura. That sort of awe-inspiring majesty that seemed to be innate in her bones, accompanied by a sweep of her clear eyes, instantly caused others to avoid her gaze and lower their heads. She was as dazzling as the sun, and no one dared to look at her directly. Greetings, Madame Xianyuan. Jean Yifeng hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. After bowing almost instinctively, he was stunned again, because the respect and reverence he felt from the bottom of his heart towards her as an expert who had occupied a high position for a long time caused him to be slightly stunned. Chapter 3769. Yes, about half a year ago, I led a team to the depths of the savage wilderness. However, the terrain there was extremely dangerous, and there were also powerful beasts guarding it. We couldn't get close. As he spoke, he glanced at Feng Jiu and hesitated before saying, I don't think it's suitable for Madame to go there. Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled slightly. It's fine. Leader Jean, you just need to lead the way. My people will take care of the rest. Seeing that she was so insistent, Genie Feng didn't say anything else. He only said, "We'll prepare to fly on our swords. If Madam feels unwell and needs to rest, just call us. Then let's take the flying ship." Feng Jiu smiled. With a wave of his sleeve, a flying ship appeared beside them. Seeing that low-key and luxurious flying ship, the mercenaries' eyes flashed. A spaceship like this was worth a lot of money. They were originally worried that Madame Xinyuan would have trouble moving around due to her big belly. However, it seemed that they had prepared beforehand. Feng Jiu, Qin Exan, Lung Shuang, and the others boarded the flying ship first. Lung Hua and Gu Mo followed behind. When Ying Yi, dressed in black, suddenly appeared beside Hui Lang, the mercenaries couldn't help but be surprised. They sized him up. Where did this person come from? "Everyone, please." Du Fan gestured for them to board the flying ship. Everyone looked at each other before boarding the flying ship one after another. After boarding the flying ship, they saw that the furnishings and things inside were all first class. Their hearts trembled slightly. The employer this time wasn't an ordinary rich person. Every item on the flying ship was priceless. It wasn't something that ordinary people could get their hands on. As the flying ship started, it slowly rose until it reached the clouds. It shuttled through the clouds and headed towards the savage wilderness. Compared to Lung Hua and the others who were relaxed, the 20 mercenaries were more restrained. Genie Feng glanced at the crowd and said, "Sit down." Only after the commander had spoken did everyone sit down. They looked at the woman in red who was leisurely lying on the soft couch, then looked at the two beautiful women sitting beside her. They looked at each other in dismay. They had been on so many missions, but this was the first time that they didn't even need to fly their own swords. If they continued at this pace, they would have an easy time until they entered the savage wilderness. Compared to the other mercenaries, Captain Genie Feng was secretly sizing them up. The more he interacted with them, the more he felt that they were not ordinary. How could people not know that there were such people in Spirit Immortal City? He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "The owner of the small house in the center of the lake has been the talk of the town recently, but no one has seen his true face and no one knows his origin." But now, he vaguely guessed that their employer this time was the owner of the small house in the center of the lake, and that Madame Xinyuan was the owner of the small house in the center of the lake. However, he had never imagined that the mysterious and unfathomable medicine tower was actually related to the small building at the center of the lake. He reckoned that no one in Spirit Immortal City would have thought of it. The flying ship shuttled through the clouds without stopping to rest. It wasn't until the sky gradually darkened that the flying ship found a place to stop. "We'll rest here tonight. We'll continue tomorrow," Du Fan said to everyone, then smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble the brothers of the mercenary group to see if there are any wild animals that can be stewed into soup when hunting. Help us catch one back." Chapter 3770. The mercenaries disembarked from the spaceship and quickly set up a fire in the surrounding area. They also caught some prey. Because of Du Fan's instructions, the mercenaries prepared a wild pheasant and gave it to Feng Jiu and the others. Therefore, Qin Xian added some nourishing herbs into the pheasant and boiled it into chicken soup for Feng Jiu. Under the night sky, the night breeze was chilly. After eating, the 20 mercenaries sat around the fire and took turns keeping watch. Feng Jiu returned to the cabin to rest first. Du Fan and the others also left Ying Yi and Hui Lang to keep watch. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, they continued their journey. 2 days later, in the evening, their spaceship stopped in a small forest. They were resting in the forest when they heard cries for help and screams. Then, they heard chaotic footsteps running towards them. "Help! Help! Help that!" Immediately, the 20 mercenaries quickly surrounded Feng Jiu and cautiously looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a few children around 6 or 7 years old in tattered clothes, crying and running in the forest. They wiped their tears as they ran. When they fell, they scrambled to their feet and continued running. When they saw Feng Jiu and the others in front, they quickly ran in their direction. "Help! Jean Yifeng saw that the people chasing the children were two cultivators and couldn't help but frown. The children had shocking wounds on their bodies, but even so, they still ran very fast. At this moment, one of the cultivators quickly jumped in front of the children and blocked their path. "Let's see where you can run to," the tall and thin cultivator said sinisterly. As if he didn't see the mercenaries and the spaceship, he approached one of the children and grabbed him by the collar, lifting him up and slamming him heavily to the ground. "Ah!" the child cried out in alarm. His hands and feet curled up slightly to protect his body when he fell to the ground. At the same time, he rolled towards the mercenaries and shouted in panic, "Help! Help us!" Seeing this scene, the mercenaries didn't move. They only frowned and secretly kept their guard up. Why would there suddenly be a few children being chased by cultivators in this place? These children only had a low cultivation base, but their movement techniques were extremely fast. Furthermore, to be able to survive the pursuit of the two cultivators, it was clear that they were not ordinary children. Their mission this time was to protect Madame Xianyuan and at the same time bring them to look for the Shui Linghua. Therefore, if it was possible, they did not want to get involved in other unrelated matters. Fengjiu sat by the fire roasting game. She didn't even look over there. She just seriously roasted the meat while adding spices. When it was done, she even cut off a piece with a knife and tasted it. "Ah, pooh!" The child was kicked in the abdomen, and his body flew towards the mercenaries. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He cried out in pain, his body twitched and instinctively curled up. Du Fan walked out and gently waved the fan in his hand. He looked at the children and the two cultivators with a scornful smile. "If you want to fight, just do it. Why do you have to put on such a clumsy show?" Chapter 3771. Swoosh, swoosh. The arrow shot out from the sleeve was extremely short, and its speed was extremely fast. Moreover, it was different from the sleeve arrows of the past. The sleeve arrow shot out from the child's arm was the size of an iron wire, but it was extremely hard and sharp. When the sleeve arrow shot out, only two extremely fast cold lights could be seen shooting out. The arrow was not shot at the mercenaries, but at Fengjiu, who was roasting meat by the fire. "Be careful!" The arrow shot past Jean Yifeng's cheek. He could even feel the sharp aura of the arrow. His cheek felt as if it had been cut by a sharp wind blade, and a trace of blood seeped out. He wanted to block the two streaks of cold light, but no matter how fast he was, he could not outrun the attack. He could only shout out a warning. Fengjiu was still sitting there without moving, as if he did not notice anything. He did not care about the two streaks of cold light at all. Just as the two small sleeve arrows flew past Jean Yifeng and were about a meter away from him, they were blocked by Du Fan's fan. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. After colliding with the fan in Du Fan's hand, they fell to the ground. They were two sharp sleeve arrows that were as thin as iron wires. Moreover, the arrowheads were emitting a pitch-black light. Du Fan smiled, but there wasn't the slightest hint of a smile in his narrowed eyes. He looked at the child who quickly jumped up from the ground and the black-clothed cultivators who emerged from the surroundings. He slowly walked past the mercenaries and walked to the front, saying, "You guys have some guts." His soft words were filled with cold, killing intent. He looked at the people who surrounded them and asked, "How do you want to die? Have you decided?" A black-clothed man, wearing a mask, walked out from the group of black-clothed men. He stared at Du Fan with a sinister gaze and asked, "Do you know who we are? You've been following us since last night. Who else could you be but from that assassin organization?" Du Fan glanced at the children as he spoke. He smiled and said coldly, "I just didn't expect you to use such small children." Hearing this, the eyes of the black-robed man, who was the leader, flickered. Those who are related to the medicine tower are indeed not simple. He took a step back and glanced at the low-key yet luxurious spaceship. He raised his hand, and the men in black didn't step forward. Instead, they raised the hidden arrows in their hands. Every arrow here is smeared with poison. Once you are grazed, you will bleed to death from your 7 orifices. If you don't want to die too miserably, you'd better surrender obediently. His voice paused and his gaze swept across the crowd. Then he said in a sinister voice, As long as you press the button, every sleeve arrow will shoot out more than just a few. Oh, so you want to attack us because of our relationship with the medicine tower? Fengjiu looked back at the person who spoke, his eyes full of surprise. Not bad. The leader was surprised by Fengjiu's beauty. Looking at her gorgeous face, he said, "Your heads, as well as the heads of those people from the medicine tower, have all been added to the kill list." "I see." Fengjiu nodded in understanding. Then he said to Du Fan and the others, "Kill them. Also, send a message back. Tell them that I want this organization to disappear." "Yes." Chapter 3772. The 20 mercenaries widened their eyes in shock as they watched the corpses fall one by one. A huge wave of shock surged in their hearts, and their bodies trembled almost imperceptibly. The scene in front of them was like an Azura harvesting lives. The other party did not have the chance to attack at all. They did not even have time to react before they fell one by one. The sword light swept out like a shadow, and the movement technique was like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, the 100 or so black-clothed assassins surrounding them were all killed. There was no hesitation in attacking. After one round, they only felt a gust of wind sweep past them. When they looked again, they saw corpses strewn all over the ground, and Madame Xinyuan was still standing beside her as if she had not moved at all. Jin Yifeng's eyes narrowed when he saw the scene in front of him. If he had known that Du Fan's strength was very strong after he had witnessed their strength that day, then the scene in front of him was even more shocking. This kind of strength was not just very strong, but extremely strong. Even in the Spear Immortal City, there were not many who could be compared to this kind of strength. No, even the powerhouses of the soaring Firmament Immortal sect would not be a match for them. In an instant, the mercenaries looked at Fengjiu and the others with reverence in their eyes. This kind of strength was enough to make them revere them. "Leader Jin, I'll have to trouble your men to clean up." Du Fan smiled. His gentle voice broke the mercenaries' stiff expressions and allowed them to return to their senses. "Yes, I'll get them to clean up now." Almost instinctively, Jin Yifeng's response turned into obedience. He returned to his senses and quickly arranged for everyone to clean up the scene. No one had any objections. No one felt that it was too much to ask the top mercenaries to do such a thing. They almost instinctively obeyed and quickly cleaned up the scene. After the corpses were cleaned up, Jin Yifeng took out a large bag of items from the assassins and handed it over. He said to Fengjiu, "Madame Xinyuan, these are the valuables from those people." Fengjiu cut a piece of meat and ate it. He glanced at the valuables and slowly said, "These things are for your brothers. Just keep it." Hearing this, Jin Yifeng was stunned and said, "This is against the rules. Moreover, the commission that Madame Xinyuan paid us for this trip is very high. If we didn't hunt it ourselves, the treasures will belong to you." She smiled and said, "It's fine. We don't lack these things anyway. Take it. After all, it's quite inconvenient to protect a pregnant woman like me." But Jin Yifeng still wanted to say something, but someone put a hand on his shoulder. "Regiment Commander Jin, my master said to take it, so just take it." Du Fan patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "However, Regiment Commander Jin, you have to remind me not to say a word about what we've seen and heard on this trip. My master is a person who prefers peace and quiet. He doesn't like to be disturbed." "Yes," Jin Yifeng replied. He glanced at Fengjiu and didn't refuse. After thanking him, he took the items to the mercenaries and gave them a share. At the same time, he passed down the message. Chapter 3773. Madame Xinyuan, did you already know that we were being targeted? He noticed that she had a calm expression on her face, as if everything was under her control. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they already knew that they were being targeted by the assassin organization? "You can say that." Fengjiu smiled and said, "I knew that the assassin organization was targeting the medicine tower, but I didn't think that they would be able to find out about our relationship with the medicine tower." Hearing this, Jin Yifeng recalled what the leader had said. They were already on the kill list, and his expression froze. "Now that you're on the kill list, I'm afraid that there will be more people targeting you in the future. It would be one thing if they didn't know, but since they know, we'll just let them cross our names off the kill list." Fengjiu said casually, then smiled and said, "Why don't we destroy a few of their forces to teach them a lesson?" Lung Hua heard this and said, "Master, don't worry. I've already sent a message back. They'll deal with it as soon as possible." Feng Jie replied. After eating some food, he stood up and walked around. After a while, he returned to the spaceship to rest. They didn't encounter anything else in the following days and arrived at the savage wilderness fearsome grounds peacefully. Because they didn't recognize the place where the Xueling flower was, they could only walk into the savage wilderness fearsome grounds from the spaceship. "Madam Xianyuan, there are all kinds of ferocious beasts here. You have to be careful of small poisonous insects, snakes, and ants. Some plants are also poisonous, so you can't touch them casually. Wild fruits can't be eaten casually either." Although Genie Feng felt that they should know this, he still reminded them. Feng Jie smiled and replied, "We'll be careful. Then we'll enter from here. Every time we come back, we'll leave a mark in the forest. We just have to find the mark and follow the path." As Genie Feng spoke, 10 of the mercenaries walked at the back, 10 of them walked at the front, and Feng Jie and the rest walked in the middle. After all, she was pregnant with twins. Even walking on a flat road was tiring, let alone in a place like the forest. Feng Jie walked with them for an entire morning, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "Master, why don't we stop and rest?" Lung Hua and the others' hearts ached. They had only rested for a short while, and they were worried that their master's body couldn't take it. Feng Jie chuckled. "I'm not that weak. I'm just a little tired. I'm still in good health." After all, she was anxious to find the Xueling. She didn't want to stay here for too long. First, she was worried that the Xueling flower would be plucked by others. Second, she hoped that after this matter was settled, she would go back. She wanted was to take care of her pregnancy. Genie Feng turned around and glanced at Feng Jie. "Madam Xianyuan, let's stop and take a break. There's a spring not far ahead. You can wash your face or something." Feng Jie. The group walked forward for about 100 meters before stopping, because there was already a team resting at the mouth of the spring. Chapter 3774. No one objected to this arrangement and sat down to rest. Feng Jie sat under the tree and took out some water to drink. Then, she leaned against the tree and rested with her eyes half closed. She didn't open her eyes until she heard a strange voice. Not far away, Genie Feng was greeting and laughing with a middle-aged man. It seemed like they knew each other. Beside the middle-aged man were 2 men and 2 women. At this moment, they were sizing them up. When their gazes landed on her stomach, one of the women cried out in surprise. She's pregnant, and yet she came to the savage wilderness? Don't be so presumptuous." The middle-aged man shouted and nodded apologetically at Feng Jie. "Madam, please don't take offense. The little girl doesn't know any better." Feng Jie smiled. "It's fine. What she said is the truth." She retracted her gaze and covered her stomach with one hand. She closed her eyes and rested. "Leader Jean, we're considered acquaintances. There's no need to be so distant. I've asked someone to prepare some barbecued meat. Why don't you come and eat together?" The middle-aged man invited with a smile. "It's fine. I've already asked my men to hunt. There'll be food soon. We didn't come out on our own this time. We have a mission, so it's inconvenient." Genie Feng declined with a smile. Hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded. "Since that's the case, I won't force you. We won't disturb you any further." He cupped his hands and looked at Feng Jie and the others. Only then did he bring his men back to rest. As they walked back, one of the women couldn't help but whisper, "Those people are so strange. They actually brought a pregnant woman to a place like this? Moreover, they don't even add up to 30 people. It's not even half of our team." The man beside her looked serious and said, "Other than the 20 mercenaries, the others don't look like guards. They look more like the young masters and young ladies of aristocratic families. This is the first time I've heard of a pregnant woman daring to come to the savage wilderness. She's really too reckless." The other man shook his head as he spoke. Even a skilled cultivator would not be able to escape unscathed in this place. However, that woman was pregnant and her belly was already so big, yet she still dared to come to such a place. "All right, don't meddle too much in other people's business. Take care of yourself. Don't forget why we're here this time. The middle-aged man said, glancing at them warningly. The few people who originally wanted to say something, after hearing his words, did not say anything more and returned to their resting area to sit down. However, their gazes still could not help but look towards Fengjiu and the others. The two groups of people rested here until the next morning. The mercenaries continued to lead Fengjiu and the others forward. However, not long after they left, the group behind them caught up with them. Leader, why are they taking the same path as us? One of the mercenaries looked back and asked in a low voice. Jin Yifeng's eyes flashed. He looked back and said, maybe it's just along the way. After all, this place is so big. Just because they're walking behind us doesn't mean that they're taking the same path as us. Even if they're taking the same path, they're going their own ways. Chapter 3775. Captain, we've been the ones fighting in the front whenever there's any danger along the way, and they've been taking advantage of us without doing anything. It's really immoral, a mercenary said as he glanced at the people behind him with a terrible expression. Captain, why don't we let them go first? Or we can ask them what they're up to. Another mercenary chimed in. Yeah, we've been killing the ferocious beasts in the front. Our brothers are all injured and stained with blood, but they've been following behind us without doing anything. They're not our employers, so it's really annoying that they're taking advantage of us like this. And they've been following us all the way, as if we're being watched. We can see their team everywhere. I really don't know what they're up to. Hearing them talking about this, Jin Yifeng furrowed his brows slightly. In fact, he was aware of his brother's dissatisfaction. They were paid to do their jobs, and protecting Madame Xinyuan and the others was their job. But the team behind them had been following them all the time. It looked like they were also protecting them and leading the way for them. Most importantly, the other party had been following them leisurely, as if they were doing it on purpose. Thinking of this, he turned his head around to take a look. After a moment of silence, he said, we'll just walk our own path and do what we're supposed to do. It's the same even if they're not following us. So you guys shouldn't pay attention to them. Just treat them as if they're invisible. The path toward heaven is not ours, and they're free to do whatever they want. From another perspective, even if they're not following us, we'll still kill the ferocious beasts when we encounter them. So it's the same whether they're following us or not. He tried to make them understand and not pay attention to the details. In his opinion, all they needed to do was to do what they were supposed to do, regardless of whether the team behind them was following them or not. If that was the case, why should they complain that the team behind them was taking advantage of them? Thinking this way was actually a problem with their mentality. The mercenaries hadn't fully adjusted their mentality yet. But Captain, your captain is right. Fengjiu chuckled. He glanced at Jin Yifeng and the other mercenaries and said with a smile, you guys should learn from your captain. His attitude is very proper. Hearing her speak, the mercenaries were a little embarrassed and lowered their heads for a moment. After all, they were fussing about those unpresentable things and were indeed a little narrow-minded. Jin Yifeng didn't expect her to speak. After being stunned for a moment, he walked up to her side with a smile and asked, Madame Xinyuan, you didn't rest much along the way. Is your body okay with walking with everyone like this? Well, it's okay. I'm in good health. I'll walk more as an exercise. It's good for pregnant people. She smiled and walked at a leisurely pace with one hand covering her stomach. Lung Shuang and Qin Exine, who were walking on her left and right, cut off the surrounding branches to prevent the branches from scratching their master. Regiment Commander Jean, how much longer until we reach the location of the Xueling flower? After such a long time, would the Xueling flower still be there? Or will it be taken away by someone else? Chapter 3776. Although Fan Lin had told her that the place where the Xueling flower was found by the mercenaries was extremely dangerous and guarded by a powerful beast, it was impossible for an average person to pluck it. However, the world was so big and there were so many powerful people everywhere. No one could guarantee that the Xueling flower would still be there without being plucked. Jin Yifeng pondered for a moment and said, it's hard to say. I can't guarantee that it's still there. However, there hasn't been any news of the Xueling flower appearing outside, so it's very likely that it's still there because the beast guarding it has reached the 7th level of the divine beast. It's extremely ferocious, and its combat power is even more shocking. He didn't give a definite answer because he wasn't sure either. However, he knew that the Xueling flower was very difficult to pick. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to pick it when they saw it. Thinking of this, he looked at Fengjiu and asked, Madame Xinyuan, I heard that if the Xueling flower is kept in a special ice box after being picked, its medicinal effects will not fade away. Is that true? Fengjiu shook her head slightly and said, That's only said to sell the Xueling flower to some people who collect spiritual herbs for auction. The Xueling flower's medicinal effects are very unique. Even if it's kept in a special ice box, part of its medicinal effects will still fade away. Of course, it doesn't mean that the medicinal effects will be completely lost. It's just that compared to using it in a special time, the medicinal effects will be greatly reduced. The Xueling flower's growth period is 100 years. After 100 years of growth, it will bloom. The flowering period is 1 year. It's most effective when it's in full bloom. She smiled and continued. However, the Xueling flower is a precious spiritual herb. Unless it's an extremely precious medicine, it's usually not used. Hearing her words, Jin Yifeng's eyes flashed and asked, Madame Xinyuan, you're so proficient in medicinal herbs. Are you a pharmacist? You can say that. She smiled and didn't elaborate. Jin Yifeng thought of Fan Lin from the medicine building and how the second master of the Yu family, who had been injured in the heart, was saved. He vaguely guessed that this Madame Xinyuan in front of him should have good medical skills. Perhaps it was because they had traveled together for a long time, but seeing that the mercenaries in front had stopped to rest, the middle-aged leader of the family who didn't come forward originally brought a few young men and women, as well as an old man to the front. Regiment Commander Jin. The middle-aged man smiled and cupped his hands together. He looked at Fengjiu and the others and nodded slightly. Ouyang family head, what's the matter? Jin Yifeng asked, his gaze landing on the middle-aged man. It's like this. Along the way, I realized that we seem to be taking the same path. So, I'd like to take the liberty to ask, why don't we travel together? This way, if you encounter a ferocious beast attack, we can also help. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the elderly man beside him stroked his beard and smiled. Commander Jin, thanks to you, we had an easier time walking at the back. However, we want to say that it's not that we want to follow you all the way. We're going to the depths of the forest, and we're taking the same path. So, we hope that you can reconsider. If we're going the same way, we'll travel together. This way, if anything happens, we can help each other. Chapter 3777. Fengjiu looked up at the old man and raised her eyebrows. You want to travel with us? Actually, we see that we're all going the same way. Since that's the case, we can't keep walking at the back and let you block the danger in front. The old man said with a smile on his face. He looked amiable, but his attitude towards Fengjiu was not very respectful. After all, in his eyes, she was just a woman, and a pregnant woman who was still restless. So it's like that. Fengjiu replied indifferently. She looked at the old man with a smile and said, If you don't think it's good to keep walking behind us, then you can walk in front of us. Hearing this, the old man was startled. A trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes. He clearly did not expect her to say this. The young men and women beside her also looked at Fengjiu in astonishment. Normally speaking, if they had already said so, shouldn't they have gladly agreed? After all, there were close to 100 people around them, and all of them were top experts. On the other hand, they had 20 mercenaries, a few other young masters, 2 women, and the pregnant woman in red. It was one thing for them to walk outside, but it would be very difficult for them to enter the depths of the forest. Now that they had extended an olive branch to them, the other party did not appreciate it. When a middle-aged man with the surname Ouyang heard Fengjiu's words, he frowned slightly. He felt that this woman was all beauty and no brains. Originally, he saw that she had an extraordinary bearing and exuded the aura of a superior. He thought that she was someone important, but who knew that she would speak like this? His impression of her immediately plummeted. In the cultivation world, there was no lack of beautiful women. Even if this woman had a heaven-shaking appearance, She only had looks, but no wisdom or strength. She would only become a plaything for the strong. They did not need to pay too much attention to this kind of woman. Thus, he said to Genie Feng, "Captain Jean, since it's like this, we'll be going first." With that, he left with his men. Genie Feng shook his head inwardly as he watched them turn and leave. He could tell that they were extremely displeased by Madame Xuanyuan's response. However, in his opinion, Madame Xuanyuan did not have any ill intentions. She was merely speaking the truth. If he was embarrassed to follow behind them, then he would walk in front of them. On the main road, everyone went their own way, and no one would say anything more. However, when the people from the Ouyang family heard Madame Xuanyuan's words, they felt that she did not know how to appreciate favors. That was because they simply did not know how powerful the people beside Madame Xuanyuan were. That night, Feng Jiu and the others rested on the spot. After entering this place, they all rested at night and walked during the day. This way, they could have a good rest and avoid potential dangers at night. As for the people of the Ouyang clan, because they were one step ahead of them, they didn't stop to rest that night and continued to move forward. Chapter 3778. Madame Xuanyuan. There's a faint smell of blood in the surroundings. There are also traces of blood in the weeds. I suggest we stop for a while. I'll send someone to scout ahead before we continue. Genie Feng cautiously said to Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu nodded when she heard this. All right, let's rest here for a while. She was also a little tired from walking. The ground in the forest was uneven and there were many branches and weeds. Her body couldn't take it after walking for a long time. Seeing that she agreed, Genie Feng immediately ordered 2 mercenaries to scout ahead. The others stood guard in the surroundings in case danger suddenly appeared. Feng Jiu found a place to sit down. She took out a spiritual fruit and ate it to replenish her energy. She casually scanned her surroundings and paused when her gaze swept past a certain spot. Mistress, are you hungry? Do you want to eat some porridge or something? Qin Xian asked from his side. No need, I'll just eat a fruit. After walking for such a long time, her appetite wasn't good. Even if she cooked something, she wouldn't be able to eat it. Lung Hua and the others also saw the leopard lying in the grass, staring at them. However, they didn't take any action. In their opinion, as long as the leopard didn't threaten their mistress and didn't take the initiative to attack, they wouldn't kill it. Moreover, with their strength, killing a leopard was only a matter of a moment. Mistress, if you're really tired from walking, let Tunyan come out and carry you. Lung Hua looked at Feng Jiu and said. He saw that his mistress had difficulty sitting down with her big belly, let alone walking with them. However, they had reminded her several times along the way, but she still insisted on walking. Feng Jiu couldn't help but chuckle when she heard Lung Hua mention this again. Lung Hua, you're really like an old mother. How many times have you nagged me along the way? She smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, I know my body well. Although it's tiring to walk like this, it won't do any harm to me and the child in my belly. On the contrary, since I'm pregnant with twins, it'll be easier for me to give birth in the future if I walk more. She leaned against the tree and exhaled softly. If I'm a little tired now, it'll be safer for me to give birth in the future. What's more, I'm a cultivator. How can I not be able to handle such a small matter? While they were chatting, the mercenaries weren't in the mood to listen because they were all on high alert. Their eyes were fixed on their surroundings and the 2 leopards lying in the grass staring at them. The weeds in this area were slightly dry and had a reddish-yellow color. From afar, they looked like withered weeds, but in fact, the roots of these weeds still contained moisture. However, the color of the weeds was very similar to the leopard's half-golden fur. They were also the leopard's camouflage tools. If it weren't for the powerful and ferocious aura emitted by the 2 leopards, they probably wouldn't have discovered them so quickly. However, what puzzled them was that the 2 leopards, which were estimated to be at the level of divine beasts, were actually lying in the grass about 100 meters away from them, staring at them, but they didn't make any further movements. What do you think these 2 leopards want to do? A vigilant mercenary asked the person beside him in a low voice. He was extremely puzzled. Chapter 3779. Yes, we know. Our leader has also instructed us. Their leader had already secretly instructed them that Madame Xianyuan was pregnant. No matter what happened, she was to be taken care of first. Some of them already had wives and children. When they saw Madame Xianyuan coming to such a dangerous place with her pregnant belly, they naturally paid more attention to her. Genie Feng, who was leading the mercenaries to pay attention to their surroundings, also felt a little strange at this moment. He had been traveling for so many years and had seen all kinds of situations, but he had never seen a situation where two powerful leopards were staring at them without attacking. He knew that the two leopards had been lying there without moving, but their two pairs of ferocious and bloodthirsty eyes were staring at them closely. Leopards were extremely fast, especially those that had reached the level of mythological beast. They could almost be regarded as overlords here. Even if they encountered tiger beasts or lion beasts that were slightly stronger than them, they would not retreat half a step. But what was going on right now? Could it be that they felt that they were more terrifying than the tiger beasts and lion beasts? When he thought of this, his heart skipped a beat. He could not help but look at Feng Jiu and the rest who were not far behind him. He saw that Madame Xianyuan, Du Fan, and the others were chatting casually. He didn't know what they were talking about, but they all had smiles on their faces. There wasn't even a trace of nervousness or worry on their faces. He thought that if these two leopards were afraid of something, it was probably them. The mercenaries kept watch while Feng Jiu and the rest rested. After about 30 minutes, the two mercenaries who were scouting the way returned. They looked at the two leopards in surprise and then quickly came to Genie Feng. Leader, there are traces of a battle about 500 meters ahead. There are some corpses on the ground that cannot be dealt with in time. They look like the people from the Ouyang family. There are beast claw marks on the ground and tree trunks. It doesn't look like they were ambushed by other opponents. They should have encountered a powerful beast. The mercenary paused for a moment before continuing. However, we did not find any traces of them after scouting the surrounding area. However, judging from the messy weeds that were trampled on, they seemed to have gone forward. The two of us did some research and felt that one of them should be leading the way. They should be taking the same route as us. Therefore, we speculate that they are most likely going for the Xueling flower. Hearing this, Genie Feng nodded and said to them, "Rest for a while and stay alert. I'll go inform Madame Xianyuan and the others." After that, he walked towards Feng Jiu and the others. Genie Feng was about to speak when Feng Jiu spoke first. "I've heard what you said. Since that's the case, let's speed up." Lung Shuang, who was standing beside her, helped her stand up. She patted her dress and looked at Genie Feng, saying, "On this trip, I am determined to get the Xueling flower. I don't want any accidents to happen and make me happy for nothing." Hearing this, Genie Feng's expression turned serious. He said, "Then we can only speed up. However, Madame Xianyuan, your body..." Before he could finish, Madame Xianyuan waved her hand, and a rainbow glass feather floated in front of her. It spun in a circle and lifted her up, allowing her to sit comfortably on the flying feather. Chapter 3780. Seeing this, Genie Feng immediately shouted to the mercenaries, "Move forward quickly." With that, he took the lead to open a path for everyone. The mercenaries split into two groups, one in front and one at the back, guarding Feng Jiu and the others in the middle. However, as their pace quickened, the people at the back gradually couldn't keep up with the people in front. Even the 10 mercenaries at the front fell behind. They wiped the sweat off their foreheads, looked at each other, and started to run. At the same time, they mobilized the spiritual power in their bodies to increase their speed. Night fell. Somewhere in the forest, the people of the Ouyang family were in a tense state. At this time, they weren't as arrogant as they were when they met Feng Jiu and the others a few days ago. Instead, they were in a sorry state, and their faces were filled with nervousness and unconcealable fear. The people around them guarded vigilantly, paying attention to their surroundings. Beside the fire, the pale and weak Ouyang family head leaned against a tree trunk and looked at the fire with a solemn expression. His robes were torn, and his body was stained with blood, especially the bandaged wound on his shoulder. The white bandages were stained red and dried by the blood. Although the wound could not be seen, it could be seen from the blood-stained bandages that the injury was not light. The few young men and women sitting next to him didn't have any serious injuries, but there were many small wounds. Their bodies were tense, and their eyes were filled with panic and fear. With the slightest movement around them, they instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons and quickly looked back. The old man's expression was a little dignified. He looked at another middle-aged man who was sitting silently and finally said, "Everyone, be alert. We've already come this far, and it won't be long before we reach our destination. This mission concerns the future of the entire Ouyang family. Even if there's only one person left, we have to do our best to complete it." Everyone listened, but no one spoke. They just lowered their heads. They knew that the savage wilderness was dangerous, but they didn't expect it to be this dangerous. Nearly 100 of them had come here, and more than 10 people had died. Especially in the battle 2 nights ago, they saw with their own eyes a few people being torn apart by the ferocious beasts. They were bitten to death by the ferocious beasts. Their arms were torn off by the sharp teeth of the ferocious beasts. It was a ghastly sight. Recalling the scene of that night, the young men and women couldn't help but tremble. It was too terrifying. They watched as their clansmen were torn to pieces by the ferocious beasts. It was too terrifying. They still remembered the miserable and terrified shrill cries of their clansmen that were bitten and dragged away by the ferocious beasts, and their cries for help when they were in despair. Even now, it still caused their hairs to stand on end and their hearts to tremble with fear. Those were their clansmen, and at that moment, when they saw the despair and fear in their eyes, none of them dared to take a step forward to save them. They could only retreat while watching them die helplessly and hopelessly. Did you hear that?" Seeing that no one responded, the old man asked again with a solemn expression. "Yes, I heard it." Only then did everyone respond. In fact, they were not confident in their hearts. They did not even know if they could walk in there and find what they were looking for. Oh, Chapter 3781. The old man saw that they all stood up instinctively, their bodies tensed up as if they were facing a great enemy. He couldn't help but shout, "Sit down. What are you nervous about? That sound is still far away from here." Hearing his words, everyone sat down awkwardly. However, no one was completely at ease. Instead, they were paying attention to whether the howling sound was approaching. As the night deepened, their mental and physical exhaustion caused them to gradually fall asleep. In the second half of the night, when they were sleeping soundly, one of the night watchers suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. That scream rang out, startling everyone awake. They quickly jumped up and shouted, "What happened?" Hiss! However, what answered them was not the voice of their clansmen. Instead, it was the hissing sound of venomous snakes sticking out their tongues. The sound was chaotic and came from far away. It seemed that there were more than 1 or 2 snakes. Not good. It's a group of snakes. It was unknown who cried out in alarm. Following that, his neck was bitten by a flying poisonous snake. That person screamed in pain. His hands tightly grasped the snake's head and body, wanting to shake it off. However, because the poisonous snake refused to let go, he was unable to shake it off. Thus, he exerted force with both hands and snapped the poisonous snake at its weakest point. Only the sound of flesh and blood being torn apart could be heard. In the dark night, the stench of snake blood spread in the air. In the next moment, the wound on the man's neck quickly turned black and purple. His lips and face quickly turned purple. He screamed and howled in pain. Black venomous blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Hiss, hiss. Be careful. Everyone be careful. This snake is highly venomous. Cries of alarm rang out in the night. The people of the Ouyang clan were all a mess. In the dark night, the venomous snakes that were as fast as lightning flew out to bite them. Once bitten, they would all die in an instant. Who? Suddenly, the sound of flames could be heard. A bonfire was burning in the surroundings. Someone shouted, "Be alert! Quickly alert! Everyone come over here!" The older men quickly stabilized the situation. After a moment of chaos, the remaining 40 to 50 people all stood in the fire circle. Under the burning flames, the smell of medicine quickly spread in the air. The venomous snakes that were originally coiled around the branches, wrapped around the corpses, and hidden in the weeds, quickly retreated after smelling the smell in the air. Although they retreated, they still did not leave. They were still circling not far away and staring at them. The snake's mouth was slightly open, its venomous tongue sticking out, making a terrifying hissing sound. Everyone looked around in panic. Cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. They were afraid that the snake would suddenly jump through the flames and pounce on them. The old man steadied his mind and glanced at the Ouyang family head. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man beside him with a dignified expression and asked, "Didn't you sprinkle the snake repellent all around? Why are there still snakes attacking us?" The middle-aged man's expression was not good at this time. He looked around and said, "These snakes are not ordinary snakes. Even if ordinary snakes are extremely poisonous, there will be a time for them to slow down. They won't be like this, where the venom will rush to the head and kill people instantly." Chapter 3782. Hearing this, everyone's expression instantly turned solemn. They looked at the corpses on the ground, and one of them hesitated for a moment before saying, "Patriarch, Grand Elder, I think it's better for us to go back first. If this goes on, I'm afraid that we'll all die here. Dying here is one thing, but the problem is that we're all going to die before we even complete our mission. It's really not worth it. I also suggest that we retreat." "Me too." For a moment, everyone was saying the same thing. Only the few men and women who were following beside them did not speak. However, they all pursed their lips, and the look in their eyes could not be concealed. If they could, they also wanted to leave this place. This place was too dangerous. It was already very difficult for them to reach this place. If they continued to walk, they were afraid that they would really die here. Patriarch Ouyang looked at this scene and could not help but ponder. After a long while, he looked at the old man and was about to speak when he heard the old man's deep voice shout, "If we retreat now, all our previous efforts will be wasted." The old man looked at everyone with a gloomy face and said, "Quickly pack up and set up a defensive formation. It's just a group of snakes. Could it make all of you want to retreat?" Everyone did not speak. They clenched the long swords in their hands and listened to the hissing sound of the poisonous snakes sticking out their tongues. As time gradually passed and midnight gradually deepened, suddenly, someone's expression changed slightly. He quickly lay down on the ground and listened carefully. "What's wrong?" Someone next to him asked, looking nervous. "Please don't let another group of ferocious beasts come before the group of snakes has left. It seems that someone is coming this way. Judging by the sound, there should be dozens of people," the man lying on the ground said. After listening carefully for a while, he stood up. "Patriarch, someone is really coming this way. Judging by the footsteps, I'm guessing that there are less than 50 of them." Hearing this, Patriarch Ouyang glanced at the old man and said, "How far away are they from us?" "About 500 meters. The other party's speed is very fast. They should be here soon." For a moment, no one spoke. Who would be coming? If he came over now, wouldn't he be bumping into the group of snakes? Not far away, Genie Feng, who was leading the way, stopped. He glanced at the flames in front of him and turned back to Fengjiu. "Madame Xinyuan, the flames in front are dazzling. I reckon that they are from the Ouyang family. If they have only reached here, it means that they have not reached the peak where the snowflower is located." Fengjiu sat on the flying feather and flew at a leisurely pace. The people beside her were paying attention to their surroundings. At this moment, Hui Lang tilted his head and listened. Then, he said to Fengjiu, "Madam, there should be a group of snakes in front. I can hear the hissing sound of snakes sticking out their tongues. Also, there's a faint smell of blood in the air. I think the group in front has been attacked by the snakes." "Well, it's fine. We'll go our own way," Fengjiu said, motioning for them to continue moving. Thus, under a signal, the group continued forward. When they arrived at the place in front of them, they couldn't help but be secretly surprised when they saw the scene. Chapter 3783. At this moment, the Ouyang clan members looked at the 20 people in astonishment. When they saw the 20 mercenaries and the less than 10 people, they were both astonished and shocked. Apart from the mercenaries who had some wounds on their bodies and their clothes which were slightly dirty and messy, the rest of them did not have a single wound on their bodies. Moreover, their complexions were extremely radiant, and they did not look like people who had stayed in this wild and dangerous place for such a long time. Instead, they looked like people who were leisurely strolling around. As for the red-clothed woman who was pregnant with a child, she sat leisurely on a flying artifact and calmly looked at their sorry figures. At that moment, many people felt ashamed. They did not know how the mercenaries had escorted them here. Why did they not have a single wound on their bodies? Captain Jean, I didn't expect it to be you. It's great to meet you here. Ouyang family head smiled. After seeing them, he suddenly remembered something and said, Captain Jean, we can't go any further. There's a group of snakes over there. We were attacked by those poisonous snakes just now. Jean Yifeng looked at the sorry state they were in and nodded. That's right. We meet again, Ouyang clan master. His voice paused for a moment, and he led the team forward as he said, I'm familiar with this area. The snake you encountered should be the purple-gold double-headed crown. It's a venomous snake, and anyone bitten by it will lose their life in an instant. Seeing Jean Yifeng continue to lead the team forward, he instinctively wanted to speak, but he didn't know how to do so. However, what was even more strange was that when Jean Yifeng led the team forward, the snakes automatically scattered to the side, not daring to move forward. How is this possible? The people of the Ouyang family looked at this scene with astonishment on their faces. Jean Yifeng smiled embarrassedly. How could they not have seen many shocking things along the way? Ever since Madame Xianyuan said to speed up, they had not encountered any ferocious beasts. Even if they did, they would automatically avoid them, just like the snakes in front of them. After sensing their auras, they automatically avoided them. He knew that they were avoiding them not because of the mercenaries, but because of Madame Xianyuan and the rest. The elder's eyes flashed. Seeing them pass by, he immediately said to the group, Quick, keep up. As soon as he finished speaking, he led his men towards Jean Yifeng and the others. The people of the Ouyang clan followed suit. As they walked, the poisonous snakes did not dare to approach. They were puzzled, but could not find a suitable opportunity to ask. Until they saw the people in front stop, the people of the Ouyang clan at the back walked forward together. But who would have thought that the moment he approached, the woman in red's indifferent voice could be heard. Let's rest for a while before continuing our journey in the morning. Also, when we continue on the road at dawn, we'll lose those people behind us. Feng Jiu said to Leng Hua. His voice was indifferent and emotionless. At the same time, it also made the Ouyang clan's blood boil. What a narrow-minded woman. The old man walked over and snorted with an ugly expression. Chapter 3784. Who were they to her anyway? What right did she have to protect them? Furthermore, their motives might be the same as theirs. Since that was the case, all the more reason for them not to travel together. She had kindly advised them, but it was fine if they did not appreciate her kindness. Instead, they had developed resentment. Indeed, it was difficult to be a good person. Leave? What right do we have to leave? You're a pregnant woman, and instead of staying at home, you're restless enough to come here. If anyone should leave, it should be you. The elder scoffed coldly as he stared at Feng Jiu with disdain and disgust. From his point of view, this woman was not content with her family. She was a woman who only had good looks. If it had not been for the mercenaries' protection, she would have died a long time ago. Yet, she still had the audacity to boast shamelessly that they should leave because their battle powers were not up to par. What a joke. Impudent. Du Fan's eyes turned cold as he berated the elder. He waved the fan in his hand, and a gust of wind attacked, sending the elder flying. He crashed heavily into a large tree several meters away. Ah! A cry of surprise came from the old man's mouth. He did not even have time to react before he was sent flying. Bang! Grand Elder! The members of the Ouyang family were shocked and quickly rushed forward to help him up. However, as soon as they did so, they saw him spit out a mouthful of blood. Elder, on the other side, Leng Hua and the others looked on indifferently, as if they were looking at. Jean Yifeng and his mercenaries' hearts thumped as they secretly shook their heads. This elder of the Ouyang family was a little too tactless. They had no idea how powerful Madame Xianyuan and the others were. That was why they had dared to speak to her in such a manner. Great. Now that they've angered them, they should have a taste of their own medicine, right? However, from the looks of it, the old man's injuries were not very serious. It could be considered that they had already shown mercy. Otherwise, it would have been easy for Du Fan to take his life in that short moment. Fengjiu sat by the fire to warm herself. She glanced indifferently at the elder and spoke in a nonchalant voice with a hint of coldness. The people around me don't have very good tempers, so you'd better think twice before speaking to me. It's true that I'm a pregnant woman, but the people around me are not. If they were to attack, forget about the few of you. Even if there were a few more groups, they would still be able to wipe you all out. Hearing this, the members of the Ouyang family were angry, but they did not dare to express themselves. Just now, when that person made a move, even their grand elder was no match for him. Now, who would dare to open their mouths? Seeing this, the head of the Ouyang family calmed himself down and suppressed the shock in his heart. He clasped his hands at Fengjiu and said, "Madam, I'm really sorry. If I've offended you earlier, I'd like to apologize to you. Just stay away from me. After all, what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over," Fengjiu said indifferently. The head of the Ouyang family was a little embarrassed by her words. He could not help but look at Genie Feng, hoping that he would speak up. Genie Feng saw the look in his eyes and knew what he meant. Thus he said to him, "Head of the Ouyang family, you'd better leave as soon as possible. The rest of you are all injured. It's not good for you to continue." Chapter 3785. The next morning, Fengjiu and the rest left. Everyone in the Ouyang family knew about it, but they all hesitated. The other party had made it clear that they were not allowed to follow them. If they followed them, it would seem that let's go. Follow them. The elder who had his eyes closed opened his eyes and shouted. However, this shout still caused a faint pain in his chest. Thinking about how he was injured by the young man last night, he could not help but clench his fists tightly under his sleeves. To think that he, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ouyang family, was someone that even the master of the family had to be courteous to. However, he was injured by a young man. How humiliating. "Elder, this doesn't seem appropriate." The Ouyang family head frowned slightly. "They have already said so much. If we follow them, it's really... You must know that whether your father can successfully advance this time, and whether our Ouyang family can advance to the next level, all depends on whether we can harvest the Xueling flower and use it as medicine." The elder looked at the Ouyang family head with a solemn expression and said, "The Xueling flower blooms for a year. If we miss this chance, we will have to wait for next year. Do you think that if we miss this chance, we will have another chance?" The Ouyang family head was silent. He knew that if he missed this chance, he would not have another chance. However, as the master of the family, he was also a person with dignity. Now that they had said so much, if he still followed them, he would not be able to lose face. Hence, he lowered his voice and said, "Since you want to leave, let's wait first. We will leave after some time." As he said that, he did not say anything more to the elder. Instead, he walked to a nearby tree and sat down. "You." Seeing this, the elder was so angry that his face turned red. Seeing him like this, he took a deep breath and did not say anything else. A few days later, Fengjiu and the rest, led by Genie Feng and the rest, arrived at the mountain peak with the Xueling flower and stopped. Genie Feng looked up and said to Fengjiu and the rest, "Look, it's this mountain peak. The Xueling flower grows on that side of the cliff. As there is a divine beast beside the Xueling flower, no one has been able to harvest the Xueling flower. To harvest the Xueling flower, one needed to carefully dig out the roots. If the roots were broken, the medicinal effect would be lost from the roots. Hence, they could not harvest it on their swords while the beast was not paying attention. They had to dig it out carefully." Fengjiu looked at the mountain peak and said, "We can't see the Xueling flower. It looks like we have to go closer or go to the top of the cliff." "Madam," Fengjiu and the rest. "Madam, it's more dangerous to go up." "Madam, it's wills. Madam, it to go up." "All right, you guys can stay. Just wait here. Let's go up and have a look," Fengjiu said and glanced at Leng Hua and the others. "Master, let's go take a look first." If there are shui ling flowers, we can just harvest them. Leng Hua said, worried about her health.